safer. You hit him with the fake plates, right?
There you go.
Does it?
I'm actually not sure if that one does.
I don't think that one does. It's just like drugs.
Oh. This car was super heavy to drive, and it's so weird to describe a pixel car because it doesn't have actual weight.
Is so shit. You know they don't even get points, Bundy.
But
on their license.
uh-oh. You can't hide forever, spirits.
I mean, let's be honest. That whole charge needs to be changed. You don't
Get out of my lap! Get out of my lap! Get out of my lap!
Sorry, Bundy. Sorry.
I'm taking Jones.
My bad. My bad.
Oh
man.
Man, that was close.
That almost became an $8 million ramp.
Is this a Wolf Bundy?
Hmm.
It's got the wide body, right?
Oh yeah.
Damn. All Rangers get to drive that.
No, Ranger-wise, Command is limited to these. As a matter of fact, Ranger-wise, on Command in general are the only ones who get Chargers.
Understood. Still badass.
Yeah, this is my personally owned one.
All right.
It was an Aventador.
Just rubbing it in, okay?
It was a Lamborghini.
As a matter of fact, I've got a little piece of each commissioner in this because Bass is the one who approved me to purchase this car in the first place. And Axel is the one who had Benny install the upgrades for the wide body.
Well, you know what? If you ever want to go on vacation or something, you just want to, I can hold on to it. You know, make sure it gets a lot of maintenance while you're gone. You know, keep the engine warmed up for you.
Yeah, make sure the oil gets cycled through every now and then.
Exactly. Just let me know, Bunny. I'm a call away, all right?
Yeah, I'll be sure to let you know.
Thank you.
Take it easy, Jones.
Of course, you too.
Why do they hate spirits so much?
I don't know. I think it's mostly Stanley. I don't think it's like the whole HOA or anything.
Well, Stanley did twat out. You can't hide forever, spirits.
Yeah. I need to do a shit ton of paperwork real quick.
It's okay.
I suppose you heard what happened with the commissioner yesterday.
I got told after I woke up, yeah.
Yeah.
And apparently, the raw footage of the video is on Twatter. Not Twatter, LSBN.
Yeah, that should make prosecution pretty fucking easy.
Not censored, nothing, just raw footage.
No,
I am not watching it, but...
Yeah, I need to get the statements put together for all of the officers who were present.
Freya. Freya. Here we go. Oh wait, are we staying in here to do it, or are we going inside?
I'm just gonna do it in the car real quick.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Here we go. Yeah, we saw him in the morgue. That was not Kiki that saw him in the morgue, though. We saw that he was dying. How long does the morphine last? Honestly, I don't actually know how long morphine typically lasts. I'm just kind of winging it. Let's see. I could do a Google, but like, you know, it's only gonna help me so much. Cause like, oh, this is the Orlando Recovery Center. How nice. my search, honestly, a lot of my search last night was you know, effects of being shot in the temporal lobe. What is a temporal lobe for? Things like that. And I just now I looked up how long does morphine stay in your system. So she's probably coming down on it pretty soon. Because she got it at 2? Let's see, she might have got it at 3. Might have been, actually, it might have been closer to 3 o'clock she got it. So, 8, 7, 6. Yeah, it's been about, it's coming on 6 hours pretty soon. It's still pretty early in the night, and she really doesn't want to act. Yeah, it's been 6, yeah. What happens if I get shot in the head? I don't think I'm on any watch lists that I'm aware of. I used to look up way worse stuff back before I joined NoPixel, because I used to write a lot more darker stuff. I've talked about her before, back when I roleplayed on Guild Wars 2. And I roleplayed as a Nightmare Court Sylvari. She was incredibly fucked up. She loved torture, she loved murder, she loved to just kind of do all kinds of things. So I would frequently look up like different things that she would try and do to people. Like, what happens if this happens? What happens if you don't have this? Do you need this body part? Like... like... Those were all things that happened. And then I had to be like, okay, but like, do they actually need this body part? I wonder who has more messed up, our peers or authors. Honestly, almost the same thing. Cause like my roleplay before like Dungeons and Dragons and NoPixel and stuff used to be through text. So it was like, you know, okay, at least she's not alone. He has beef with my... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Welp. Uh-oh. Bundy's dead. Oh no. He, did his whole stream crash, or was it just a head pop? He meant to type UIR and typed...
Okay? That moment when you try to restart your MDW and you fall asleep.
That's weird. Oh my god. Yeah, I see her. I think she's with Matt Rhodes, actually. He's absolutely breaking the MDW right now, trying to do statements from the prison thing. Oh no. I remember that day where Pond was putting in like so many charges for somebody that the whole server just kept freezing. It kind of looks like Rhodes from all the way over here. I mean, maybe it's not, but it looks like him. Oh, that's right. He's a trooper. Then no, it's not Rhodes. Hey, some people come around sometimes for things that, like, they wouldn't typically be around for, just to get them done. Like Michael Simone asking, oh, Michael's been around a lot lately. Just checking EMS stuff. All right. Oh, Shirley's on duty. So is Tim. What's this? Oh? Somebody just got strike points. Is this him doing it? Streamer, have you had thoughts on what kind of combo Kiki would have with Tessa now Kiki knows it was Divine? Yes and no. Yes and no on the thoughts.
Thanks.
Let's see.
Thanks.
Oh god, he's breaking.
Just type less. I've got a copy of the statements of 30-something fucking officers. I can't just type less. Fuck, that was not the right command. That was not...
I like
Chat, that was the wrong command.
I like his desktop, though. That's cool as hell. How do you make a moving desktop?
Chat, that was the wrong command. God damn it.
How do you do an animated desktop? What the heck? That's so cool. Oh, man. Wallpaper engine? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, okay. But, so Kiki has had some thoughts regarding it, because she knows that Tessa and Divine are close, and she remembers that they're family. She doesn't remember how. I don't think she was ever told. She just knows that Tessa and Divine are family somehow. And that they're close, and that she cares about him. Divine was why Tessa didn't go to that island. And that's why she asked if Tessa even wanted to know if she found Divine, and she said no. She's gonna want to check on Tessa. Oh, that's how you made the Kiki audio. Okay. I should check that out at some point. But she knows that Tessa more than likely knows. Because why wouldn't she? So she's gonna want to check on Tessa and make sure that Tessa is okay. But she also doesn't want to, like, crowd her. Because Tessa probably has a lot of people trying to make sure she's okay. Because as Kiki always says, it's easier for her to take care of other people than it is to take care of herself. And she's gonna want to make sure Tessa is okay. Even though she's the one that got shot in the head. I think while he's doing paperwork, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Just like so fast. Cause I haven't taken a break today. I'm sure Tessa is fine. Tessa, well, just because you're good at bottling something up doesn't mean that you're fine. But I'm gonna run to the restroom just so fast. And hopefully he'll be doing paperwork for a little while still. So I'm gonna do that. I might also grab just the quickest of snacks. I've eaten food. I had a couple cheeseburgers. Then you have Kiki's dad saying he was wanting to kill Divine. Yeah, and I'm sure that Tessa knew about that. There's no way that Tessa didn't know that Bundy wanted to kill Divine. So I'm gonna go do that real quick. And I will be right back.
All right. All done with that for now. I've still got like 20 fucking officers that need to write stuff. Okay. I fall asleep for 2 minutes and goddamn treasonous Kyle Pred invades my key fob.
What happened? Huh. We're not in the garage anymore. All right. I'm here. Oh, did he have the lock unlock? Nice. Let's see, did we miss anything? No, okay. Bundy went crazy and trying to nice, okay. Ha! Did you get all your reports done?
Yeah, I had to make a new one because apparently 5,000 words is too long for the MDW.
Oh! Okay.
I didn't write all that. I'm just collecting officer statements.
I assumed you didn't write 5,000 words on your own. That's a lot for a report. I also grabbed a bottle of water. So they just killed him?
Yeah. Shot him in the head.
I heard it was TJ and Jaeger.
That is... Yep. That's true.
Now what? I mean, they're already in prison. For like at least another 20 days.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I was seeking guidance from the Department of Justice in relation to that. I mean, we're going to put the case on the docket, I guess. But I'm not entirely sure what the expected outcome should be.
Huh. I mean,
they're in jail for 20 years already. Like, what? It's like, oh, now you're going to be in jail for 40. Like, I don't really know what the... And they did it on camera. Like, it's not like it's going to be an eventful court case.
They did it on camera. They didn't wear masks. I mean, even just in the thumbnail, you can tell no one's covering their face.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't he have his hat on and everything? Yeah, he's got his hat, his cuts, and Jaeger's purple.
He literally twatted out, "I killed Axel Justice," afterwards.
Ah.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can't really argue that. I'd like to see how they would. But I also don't know if they would argue it. Executing a prisoner who he labeled a snitch.
Do you require additionals on this pursuit?
It's Mom and Tessa, you're right. Look at everybody on their phones, probably looking at Twatter. Does Tessa know what happened to me?
I assume so. She was at the morgue dealing with the Axel stuff, but I saw her in the hallways at MRPD when I first showed up with both of those assholes in custody, so...
Just debating whether to let her know I'm okay or not if she doesn't know. Oh! They birthed a car.
They did. I want to swing by the courthouse.
Okay.
For one, we got a couple of officers here, but for two, I want to see if Judge Adams is available to chat.
Oh, it is chaos. Well, that's Adam's car.
You might want to check this out. I got these guys. I got this lady boosting a lawnmower, so I'm forcing her to mow the lawn of the courthouse. And I got professional pictures being taken.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Nice.
All right. Well, good work.
Yeah.
Appreciate you so much.
Yeah.
My name's Alex. What's your name?
Can you put me in the photo grid?
I love your name.
If you're making it,
Yeah.
are you intentionally making this?
Hi,
happen?
Rosebell.
Okay, this looks good.
Hi there.
This looks good.
I don't know how to lawn mow.
They had
Just
a
hold
Vince
on, hold
scratch
on.
lawnmower, so
Okay.
I had
That's
them
my lawnmower,
legally
Miss
rent
Kiki.
Roosevelt, and now they're
That's
mowing the
your
lawn.
lawnmower?
If you
That
if you
is
don't
my
know how to
lawnmower. Oh, yeah?
lawn mow, why would you steal a
How you doing?
lawnmower?
You hear that, Bundon? He's asking the good questions.
That doesn't make any sense.
These guys are professional photographers over there. They're going to twat out that she's changed and rehabilitated with their professional photography. So this is good.
Wait, I'm trying
All right, amazing.
Generally, you
Keep up the
follow
good work.
the lines so that it's a nice even. Oh,
Hey,
oh dear.
whoa. I get it. You don't, brakes and such, but
I'm going over your
Can you
toes.
also draw I'm stupid and
Keep
back
running
in
over
there.
nobody's toes.
get back on the lawn.
That's just
Get back on the
rude.
lawn.
paying me.
Get back on the lawn.
I'm on the line. Jesus.
Have
You got
seen,
judges in there?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna I need to go check for. Oh, there we go. Hey, Adams.
Let him come out.
You got a moment to talk.
We're gonna go inside. It's actually a very good punishment. I really like that. Instead of sending them to jail, you just make her mow the lawn with the lawnmower she just stole.
Yeah, it's been this is a problem that's just been getting constantly worse. For
Can't
me.
pet your dog, can't pet your dog, can't pet your dog, can't pet your dog.
Not right now, but thank you for asking.
No, the lawnmower's the post office. This one's
I'm gonna be honest. Norman, she's doing a terrible job, but I mean, at least it's low. I haven't seen anybody actually mow the lawn out here.
Hi, Norman.
Alright, well, I'm out here now.
Hello,
Kiki.
Hello. Oh, do you want me to stay here or?
No, you can come with. Nothing that I want to
Okay.
talk about is overtly sensitive. I mean, shit, the stuff that I want to talk about is literally on LSBN. So, what are you gonna
Okay.
do?
Hi. Hi, Gemma.
Hi. We're asking for a shot. Don't
All right, I need to get the hell out of here. But
Okay.
you have keys to the car. You can just park it back there.
No, it's okay. I'll just run. I love you.
I love you. That was fun. Thanks for running.
I'm just
I have the best seat.
You almost have the best.
If
know
I was
Ted has
between
the
them,
best seat.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I'll talk about my thing, then we'll talk about your thing. How's that sound?
That's fine.
So what is the practicality of charging people who are already in jail?
Can I get rid of these?
We're discussing that actively. I saw your inquiry come through.
Okay. I mean, because I'll be honest, other than you and I's conversations, I feel like the DOJ's just been dono-walling me for the last 3 weeks, so...
Kind of feel like it's been frozen in general.
Yeah. I mean, to the point where it feels like your colleagues. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I don't mind having a warrant denied, but whenever I've bumped it 3 times over the course of the last 9 days, and I haven't even gotten feedback.
Well, it's interesting to me because there's, you know, all these loose allegations of corruption at different levels, right? I mean, obviously, between you and me, there's nobody who would want that little subpoena signed more than me. But I can't because I was the victim, right? I would love to have it signed.
What is this?
Yeah, but it's got the word sanguine on it, so nobody wants to touch it.
Well,
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, that's the feeling that I've been getting based off of just eyeballing what's getting approved and what's not getting approved. Anything that's kind of general day-to-day policing is getting reviewed and stamped off on. Meanwhile, anything pertaining to sanguine seems to be stuck in committee.
I don't know if that's entirely it, but I know. I mean, look, the responses from select members of the DOJ are very clear. They've made their responses known via Twitter, LSBN, and everything. And I had a conversation the other day with a handful of detectives, and there's a document that was passed to me where everything was kind of aggregated that I have since passed along. We'll see what happens with it, right?
You know what would happen back when I was a police officer? As a matter of fact, I think you were either an attorney or a young judge at the time. You remember back when Kyle Pred tried to start a union?
Yeah, I tried to help him start that union.
And do you remember what the response of high command was pertaining to people going on strike?
Fuck no.
I think the response generally was, the last time we tried that, everyone got fired.
Yep.
So if the DOJ is just mutually agreeing to not do their jobs, then look, I don't have any respect left for the Senate. As far as I'm concerned, the senator
Water
is
bottle
a
open?
douchebag.
Open, please. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, the seal is stuck. One moment.
But I do feel like the one aspect of his job is to make sure that the DOJ is actually functioning, and if it's not, then I don't know.
I agree. And I'm gonna tell you the exact same thing that I told God, who was all at that meeting? There were a lot of people at that meeting. Detectives.
No, it's not how I cut my hand. The seal had
little. I can take the information
like,
that's presented and I can put it where I can put it.
The seal had like little sticky bits of where the bottles had been connected and cut apart.
To be that conduit, but
this one, the seal is like.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, I told Crane and the senator and may have left a couple of extra copies around, about how
can I do this?
Old Surge had a sanguinian militant clear his press statement, and if that isn't enough to bring somebody under review, then I just kind of assume that the DOJ is letting people get away with whatever they want these days.
I'd have to look. I'm not gonna lie. Ever since I was tossed out of that helicopter, I've been a little bit disengaged myself. Maybe even a little bit disheartened, you can call it. Just because I don't know that. And I go back to this subpoena again. I feel like if I were part of another body of government, and one of their own was attacked, I feel like there'd be a little bit more pertinence and urgency.
Yeah, there certainly would. And again, like, this isn't, for full clarity and transparency, this isn't me saying like it should be signed. The fact that nobody's even had a conversation or replied to me and said, this is sufficient, this is insufficient, whatever. The fact that their manner of disengaging from it is to just leave it on red. I don't know. Maybe there has been communication sent to the police department in regards to what's going on, and it just hasn't trickled down the chain, which I would think is strange considering I'm one of 2 active command members that's part of the MCU who submits more to the DOJ than anybody. But
I wouldn't be aware of any communications myself. Considering it's been a I don't know what that channel is now though, right? With
Yeah.
Axel being gone,
I mean, we
Ryan
still have
being suspended.
we still have yeah, he's still suspended, but
Okay.
was temporarily unsuspended for a brief period. Yeah, it's very confusing.
Sure, I just don't know what the chain, like at the top of the of you guys' unit is. I guess it'd fall on the supervisors at this point, right? It'd be you,
So-
the Bobby Russells, the
Luca.
Luca?
Yeah, so my understanding is that Malton was inserted as a temporary command liaison, because full transparency, I took a leave from the unit. I did not resign, I just kind of put in a leave whenever the senator was appointed as the head of our unit for a brief period of time.
Are you back with the unit?
Yes. For the time being, we'll see what the next week or so unfolds for the MCU, but that's another story, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I would love to have a conversation like this with Crane, but he doesn't seem to be terribly available these days, at least not when I've checked.
I did it without hurting myself.
I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, regardless,
kinda wiggled it
I'll
loose
be
until I could
completely
snap it
transparent
apart.
with you. Short of there being like a golden nugget stuck
There we go.
in her text messages or her calls, like short of the individual who is my prime suspect having directly called Kane LARP after the incident, or sent a text to a friend that said just dropped a judge out of a helicopter smiley face or something. There's probably not going to be enough to press charges. Well, there will be enough to press them, but not enough to stick the landing in court.
Well, and I've seen you've expressed concern that there have been multiple attacks like this now. Similar patterns, or
sans the helicopter, yes, similar patterns. Similar twats, similar statures and natures of individuals who were targeted.
Okay. So even less evidence to go on.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, we got kind of fortunate with the helicopter, because that at least provided me the opportunity for something I didn't need a subpoena for to set me on the right path. But I don't know. My fear goes a little deeper than that, though, because if this is going to be things that are pertaining to the sanguine nonsense, they literally killed the commissioner yesterday, and there's a videotape of it happening.
Oh yeah.
So if we're getting stuck in committee on getting a subpoena signed for 9 days, how the fuck are we going to get a trial on these jackasses over the course of the next 20?
No. While they're still there, at least.
Yeah, that's the reason I put that particular time limit on there.
I guess there is a conversation at least happening around that. That I do know there is a conversation. There hasn't been a decision. There will be a response as soon as there is one, but that is being engaged with, pertaining to the death of the commissioner.
Okay. Well, I've got prosecutors working on getting a docket posting together as a just because that seemed like the most logical course of action from our end, was to at least prepare that. That being said, I think that you and I both know that the trial would be a little more than a political piece on them stating the reasons why they did it, not so much arguing that they did it, because it's all on footage. So
yeah, it's all clear as day for everybody to see, right?
Yeah. I don't even want to get into the fact that I've got 30 officers I've got to gather statements from, and every time I hit like 4,000 words, I've got to make a new fucking report.
Yeah. That's a mess.
It's a pain in the ass.
And wants to stop them from doing it again. Is the thing, right? They managed to pull it off yesterday.
I mean, full transparency, the police never should. Axel Justice never should have placed himself into those circumstances. It does not mitigate what they did. However, Axel Justice even stepping a foot inside of that building was an automatic violation of our SOPs. He did it for honorable reasons. He did it because he was a good person. But he never should have been in a position where they could have put a bullet into him in the first place.
I have a couple of matters that I need to speak to Aurora about, I believe. Pertaining to a couple of other things that she has outstanding. Maybe you're aware.
If it's pertaining to Divine, I've been removed from that matter by the sheriff because while I was walking Divine through the hallway, I told him that I would have put a bullet in the back of his head instead of handcuffs on him.
Okay, I'll speak to her privately about that then. The one I have a question on is Dwelver B, I guess.
Okay.
And it sounds like his discovery is a little unique compared to the others.
Let me take a look. Did she send a EOTS
I have a subpoena with
result.
I have subpoena with results that are going to be going out shortly, but she also contacted me directly with a request to authorize flagging him as an enemy of the state.
That's right. This is the individual who admitted during interrogation that, as a matter of fact, Luca may be more aware of this. Hey, Kovacic. Yeah, I'm actually at the top of the parking garage adjacent to Vinewood PD. I'm chatting with Judge Adams right now. This may be something you're more informed on than I am. It's pertaining to subpoenas that Aurora submitted recently for Dwelver.
I don't have it, to be clear. It's not an issue with the subpoena. It's the other bit.
Yeah, if you want to get up here, it's not the subpoena that's at issue. It's the EOTS paperwork. So if you want to come up here and field some of that. All right, perfect. We'll see you here. I'm taking a look at the reports that he is listed under now. Just out of curiosity, was this an official MDW report that was submitted to you, or was this like personally?
It was not. It's on letterhead.
Okay,
it's not
so
an MDW report.
so I probably do not have access to that then, because it does not appear that that was slipped into any of our files. Yeah, that was never submitted
Right,
into the
Chivo?
MCU files. So it's not part of the MCU files and it's not on the MDW. So frankly,
Sorry, I
as
was
far
reading
as I'm concerned,
over,
it doesn't exist.
Somebody got strike points today, so I was reading it over.
Okay. I'll speak to her about that directly then, because
Yeah.
is the
Okay.
one that's sent it to
I'm
me.
also impressed that not
President
much
is on
is.
his
I
way
mean,
down
to be
here. He can
fair,
probably field
this is the
questions
first
about
time
that. He
she's
said
been.
he's more in touch with what was going on with that paperwork.
She wasn't around any PD except for Aaron
I mean,
up
is
until
the,
seeing
there is a
Bundy.
report
Oh, and
attached.
Turo. No, she was around Turo, but nothing happened. She was around
is it the one
Turo.
where he ran into prison a couple of days ago?
91709.
Either
Yes.
there's
Yeah, that's the
been
one.
no 13 alphas or Bundy muted his dispatch. I actually haven't been able to tell.
Yeah, this is where he was apprehended and interrogated.
But,
this is where he indicated
it's
he
been
was on the island since the announcement.
pretty chill for her today.
I'm going to assume
Yeah.
that
There were
the
no 13
issue with
alphas, so she was
potentially
hanging out with
marking him
EMS
as enemy of
either,
the
and
state
she
is
was
that
anxious about
he,
that.
was not an active militant combatant on the day
Despite the fact that she was shot in the head,
It's a little more
she
than
is
that.
having an okay day.
He was first presented
She
to us.
is also high
believe
on
it or
morphine.
not, when we first got word of him, it was because officers were requesting to have him placed into Parsons, because they were concerned that if he went to prison, he was just going to eat people.
Oh.
Yeah, he some of those sanguinians, you know how they love
And,
kidneys.
oh yeah, they were. Some out of need and some otherwise. The thing is, with the way that it was initially presented to me, it's almost like I have it in a sense of, hey, you're now telling me this guy's a cannibal, and you want to place him in an institution because he may be mentally unfit or unstable. Can I then rely on his spoken testimony to place him specifically on the island? And part of me wants to say yes. You know, he fucked around and said it so he can find out. But the other part of me is like, well, I don't know. You have subpoena records. Is there maybe a call that just like the burden with everyone else that we marked, right? Is there something that physically places him there? And that's, maybe she'll be able to ascertain that pertaining to the results I just delivered, right?
Yeah, she can hear it.
Yeah,
So that's not me. I'm not saying that it's a flat no.
Bundy said
I'm just,
none of it is really sensitive, so.
Given the way that the information about Dwelverly was
Plus,
presented
I
as
think
a whole,
they trust that she's not just
I'd
going
like
to
a
go
stronger
around
tie.
blabbing about what she's been told. Because generally,
But
she's
maybe
really
you
good
have that now. I don't
about
know.
it.
She'll look
She
at the
didn't tell
records,
anyone
unless you,
about the
you also
weapons
want a
bench.
copy,
She didn't tell
Luca.
people about the suspension.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Kiki knows
So
what
that's kind of
she
the thing that I'm on.
should
Is she
and should
still on
not
duty or
share.
no?
And she
just
also
headed out, but she said she may be back.
she didn't tell anyone about Divine.
That's where I'm at. It's I was just explaining. As far as EOTS, she has subpoena results from his phone now. From the 22nd to the 7th.
Close she got was mentioning. Well, she was on the phone with Turo. Like, there's no reason to be
stated
like.
he was on Sanguine and was there for several months.
There's no reason to keep it a secret that she was on the phone with a cop and what cop it was. Like, what information are they gonna get out of talking to Turo? Plus, Michael isn't out to hurt Turo, as far as she's aware. He was just calling to make sure she's okay and get information on what happened to her. She didn't tell Michael it was Divine. She didn't tell TJ it was Divine. She didn't even imply that she knew who it was to either of them. Because as much as she appreciates them looking out for her in their weird ways, she's not going to spread that information around.
Okay.
While there are some things that she tells, she's very selective on who she tells. Like Veronica said, don't tell anyone. I think it was about the gun being pointed at Bison, I think it was. But she told Tessa, because while she's not going to tell just anyone, she does know that there is some information that she should not keep to herself. That there is some information that needs to be shared. She doesn't share things that like she is aware should not be. She doesn't share active investigation information, at least anything pertinent.
That's the question.
She's
There's
very,
no
very
signatures on it or
careful
anything.
about
It's
what
just,
she
hey,
says and to who.
Here's some facts. Can we mark him?
Even when Bryce was grilling her about who did it to her, she wasn't gonna tell him.
For clarity, apparently the letter
She didn't want to tell him. And it wasn't even just the fact that he is Neil McReal and, it's going to conflict him. Kiki isn't going to tell the world that Johnny Devine shot her in the head.
The subpoena plus the report with a header that says Dwelver EOTS request.
She's
you.
I don't think people realize how careful
Aurora's been
Kiki is with information that is
advised,
given to her.
Try to get that kind of hard physical evidence off of the subpoena and to rebuff if she does find what she's looking for. So she should be good on that. I've got other concerns, but I'll talk to Luca about those in a moment.
Okay. All right. Something I shouldn't be present for then.
Yeah, more
Actually,
administrative
that reminds
record
her.
keeping and less.
Or reminds me, rather.
Less to do with the nature of this particular request.
Okay, that's fair. And then I think the search warrant for Divine may have just been signed.
Perfect. I will take no part in that whatsoever.
I'll inform Aurora if it was. That way I think that's what she was waiting to hear about, if she was gonna return on duty or not. So.
Yeah, Surge Cross just threw a signature on that, so I think you're good to go on that front.
Okay, I'll email her.
How interesting that Surge Cross takes such a strong stance on anything pertaining to Sanguine unless it involves charging a former officer. Just my personal opinion leaking through. Okay, well, I mean, that was the primary thing that I wanted to tackle with you, was just because I haven't had a chance to address...
What do you know? I got paperwork I gotta get together for you.
Oh, did we get a signature on that subpoena that I submitted like a week ago?
The very same.
Oh, perfect. Who signed it?
Surge Cross.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, yeah, that's my boy. All right.
I will say,
I wonder if everything's delayed because TJ's phones keep getting taken away. Maybe he's got to ask permission.
I had a conversation.
I only heard
with
one
Serge
beep
last night when I was off duty. Actually,
so
on
I
the
think
phone,
Bundy's dispatch is muted.
His vigor for
because I didn't hear an echo
for like all of these Sanguinians is actually kind of impressive. I mean, he really wants to fuck those people, from what he was saying.
Oh, speaking of vigor, I wanted to apologize for what I did on the docket earlier. My only defense is he was fucking asking for it.
Wait, what?
Oh, you mean the combination of you, DaCosta, and Weaver all throwing a piss fit on that one docket filing?
Well, I mean,
Axel
I wasn't even attempting to throw a piss fit.
Where
I was
is
just
he?
notifying that the commissioner was dead, and he came in talking about dead cats and other bullshit, and then insulting the SCU for no reason. So,
oh, here it is.
I mean, if you're gonna light a fire, you know, expect a little bit of a blowback.
Yeah, well, that's I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna talk to Crane about that, guys. That's gonna be a complicated one.
Oh, here it is.
The argument about in the state obviously is out the window. We've established that long ago. But
okay.
Who's gonna? I don't know who listens to a civil case where the senator is named as the direct party when the senator theoretically has the ultimate power to just say, no.
I have a feeling somebody
I mean,
satisfied.
the senator could just go up there,
Judging by
could just
that.
go on the docket and say no. I guess
Right,
that would resolve it, right? And,
yeah, that's kind of where I'm, but I think in doing that, it kind of proves Weaver's point too.
yeah, no, I mean, trust me, I'm conflicted on that because I watched that senator shoot Fred, and I thought to myself for a brief moment, I'm going to arrest that man. And then I laughed and remembered the time
There's
that I
no way
watched that
Tessa
other
doesn't know that
drunken
Divine
senator
was taken in.
run over. No, it wasn't Barossi. It was the other one, the tiny one.
Oh, okay. They had the. I know.
Hey, Suarez, what's up?
All right, I want to read this docket. Civil action: Kyle Pred et al. Versus Senator Sean Davis, Commissioner Axel Justice, and the Department of Corrections. Plaintiffs: Kyle Pred, Simon Riley, and St. Clair.
So
Defendants: Senator Sean Davis, Commissioner Axel Justice, and the Department of Corrections.
Honestly, I would defer to somebody that's part of the Cargo Fast Unit for that.
Cargo Fast Unit!
Yeah, that's you. So, I mean,
Statement of claim. On September 2nd,
Yeah,
Senator Sean Davis from the catwalk shot down with a Class 2 firearm at an unarmed and stationary Kyle Pred whilst making a speech at the microphone at Bolingbroke State Penitentiary, staged with Gen Pop.
I'm pretty sure they fall relatively lateral.
Mr. Riley and Mr. Clare made their displeasure known by hurling a shoe toward the catwalk where the attempted murderer was standing. Instead, Commissioner Axel Justice began to open fire into Gen Pop, striking both Simon and St. Clair, while no threat was truly posed. Whilst in Bolingbroke, these individuals are wards of the state and their safety and health is in the hands of the corrections officers. However, the corrections officers did not act to protect their wards from harm and have yet to seek any justice for the attempted murders of those in their care by those at the highest echelons of our government. Relief. From Senator Sean Davis, $1 million punitive damages to Kyle Pred. From Commissioner Axel Justice, $1 million punitive damages to Simon Riley and St. Clair, each. And from the Department of Corrections, each of the defendants is asking for $1 million. Representatives, Percy Weaver and Tristan Aziz. Evidence. The Plaintiff's Exhibit A, DOC report titled Commissioner and Senator Shooting Inmates. The Plaintiff's Exhibit B, medical report pending. Witnesses: Pred, Simon Riley, St. Clair, Faye Munier, and Selena Frost. I'll lower the music just a little bit. Alright, let's see. Polly DaCosta entered as counsel for Axel Justice. Rebuttal to notice of appearance. Junior attorney Polly DaCosta holds privileged information on this case, having multiple meetings with the plaintiffs on this. He cannot represent the defendant in this matter. It would further violate the rights of the plaintiffs. Rebuttal response. I have had limited conversations with St. Clair related to this matter, but have not received any payment or executed retainer agreement. I am happy to express the total nature of my initial conversations with St. Clair, and do not believe that a conflict exists. Mr. Weaver has not entertained my inquiries in this matter, and neither Weaver nor any defendant communicated to myself that they had retained his counsel until after the suit had been filed. As per my conversation with the plaintiff, their plaintiffs, DaCosta, Kyle Pred, you also had a detailed conversation with Kyle Pred as well. Intentionally withholding information like that is not the move, as well as having conversations with Saint additionally. A reminder to you, junior attorney DaCosta, you are not to post on the docket without a senior attorney. The public docket is a posting of public record. This is never to be edited. You've edited yours. Oh yeah, he did. You've edited your post in a clear breach of what is acceptable behavior. Okay. If you need a schooling on this matter, I'm planning to put together training from which you'll benefit. Until then, follow the instructions given during the onboarding to avoid such a public failing.
Alright.
The accusations that I did not entertain inquiries is
extremely
extremely puzzling and requires clarification on what that even is, let alone relevance.
I've got reason enough to
Clients
believe
have retained
that
lawyers.
That's who it is.
Clients having retained lawyers should surprise no one.
Demonstrates,
Neither they nor I have any requirements to inform you of such. Even as per the attorney guidelines, they may even be unable to state it without express authorization from all parties. Again, refer to your senior attorney.
Even if I have call tracking leading her to your front door short of something more concrete and admittance of guilt.
Oh my god! I'm gonna keep reading, but I just saw the...
calling me.
Oh, crazy.
Who keeps giving you phones? Yeah, it seems constant. The digital den has got to be making a fortune off of you all.
He said that I could report him for having a phone if I wanted, but I was like, you're just gonna get a new one anyway, what's the point?
Oh.
Alright, take care.
Bye.
Take care, Norman.
I'm gonna hop in the front seat.
I am not at liberty to discuss that, and even if I were, TJ,
oh, is it because I'm in the car?
I would probably... No, it's not because you're in the car. I would probably have very limited information anyway due to my conflict of interest in the situation, because I would probably kill the bastard. Yeah, but you're more like, you know how my anger works. It's more of one of those, like, you know, it kind of fades and becomes one of those, you know, opportunity sorts of things. Okay, do not go full Batman and the Joker on me, please, for the love of God.
Hi, TJ.
Hey, you did it on fucking videotape too. You know you've got a news article.
Uh-oh. Davis and Brian, you're next. That's a lot of blood. After his phone call, I'll read more of the doc he was talking about, because it gets funny.
Yeah, see, TJ, there's a problem here.
Oh my God.
No, that is... Yeah, none of that is the fucking problem. Uh-huh. And do you remember what happened the last time that I spoke to you as a friend and revealed to you enemy of my enemy type shit? No,
Oh.
No,
Okay.
I'm not talking about Michael. I don't give a... No,
We should have some of the pies since you shared it with the dogs.
Your assessment of that is completely accurate. I'm talking about the last time that I had a conversation to you pertaining to the investigation of one of your dead club members. Do you remember the pain in the ass that that caused me for a year and a half? With that whiny... Yeah, with that whiny little bitch running around claiming I put a hit on him for a goddamn year because he believed you. Well, he wasn't going to remember that. His head was all scrambled like fucking goddamn eggs, but it... Uh-huh. Look, with how leaky the goddamn police department's been lately, I've got no doubt that within the next 2 hours you'll probably be able to figure it out, but I'm not going to tell you, TJ.
Yeah, she was discharged. Like, fully, as far as I'm aware. I don't think they didn't discharge her. We'll find out if I log back in.
And the fact that you even know that much speaks volumes about these goddamn departments.
What the heck? How did you acquire a second cat? How did she get a panther? Is that one of Babaloo's? Ah, okay. It's Damien's nightmare. Wow. You would name his cat Nightmare. When I'm touring, need someone. Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Well, I learned a goddamn lesson on that one, didn't I? You want to know what happened with that asshole? You want to... No, it had nothing to do with the goddamn bird. I mean, the bird was... the bird was interesting, but... I thought he was deserving of a second chance because he fucking admitted that shit to me. And it was within, I don't know, 48 fucking hours of statute of limitations or some shit. It wasn't on recording. I was never going to be able to use it in court. I actually thought that that fucker wanted to change. I couldn't listen to the guy who was constantly scribbling TikTok on the goddamn walls down in the Grapeseed basement and telling everybody I was putting hits on people? No, I couldn't, TJ. Regardless, the well, fortunately for both of us, I don't think any of that's at play in relation to what transpired.
It's still playing. It's just quiet.
So.
I turned it down for reading the docket. It's also probably hard to hear over the charger.
Okay. Well, if the cards reshuffle and it turns out to be something that I think that might be necessary, I'll give you a call. Alright. Yeah, apparently you and Trey were both gunning for that, and it just didn't happen. Apparently you two had a fucking competition about it or something. Oh yeah, I shot down 3 or 4 of those Russian fuckers with mine.
You think they're the song of chat telling Kiki what to do?
Alright. Yeah, I'm assuming that if the comprehensive sweep that undoubtedly happened yesterday didn't.
Did he apologize for
even
doing
slow
it or
things down,
apologize for
then,
getting caught?
It's a matter of time.
Kiki's used to people just apologizing for getting caught, not apologizing for doing what they did to her.
You know, you guys are lucky that Sweets was on the radio. I was talking about doing drive-bys with drone. Ah, maybe not. Well, I wasn't gonna. Yeah, I wasn't gonna fly it in there so that ended up getting shot and the battery just sat on the floor or anything. But Yeah, well, there's always gonna be, yo. I have no idea. That wasn't boots on the ground at that time, I couldn't tell you. Alright, well, I gotta get to a meeting. I'll talk to you soon, Terrence. Okay, I'll talk to you soon, TJ.
What ranger just almost drifted into us?
There's not even a ranger in that car. That's... Oh, no,
Yeah,
that's Lick. Okay.
Okay.
He doesn't have the ranger blip, so I was confused.
Alright,
I need a few moments.
no, you're good. That's your text to Tessa. Hmm. Okay. But this means that we can take a minute to continue reading this spicy docket. All right. Rebuttal to final rebuttal, V2, final. Regarding your previous statements related to my total conversation with the plaintiffs regarding this matter, I have made it clear that I will provide all past and discussed information related to my consultation with these individuals to the court for their review on whether or not conflict indeed exists. While I appreciate your speculation on what information or conversations I've had, I prefer if we maintain some level of professionalism and stray from further baseless accusations and misguided pontifications. Oh. I know you're not. That's better. I think Lovesick's looking for him. It wasn't so much a status check as Kiki just stating, I just hope you're okay. She doesn't need Tessa to tell her if she's okay or not, because she's probably not okay. Lovesick is absolutely looking for him. Uh-oh.
Hey, I'm still near the courthouse if you still wanted to chat. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm just out front, so.
Everything okay?
Yeah, just gonna chat with Luca about some stuff.
Okay. Hello.
Hi. Hi. How are you guys doing?
Doing alright.
Please tell me that clipboard's not a list of things you're about to read off to me.
All right, line
It's
item
everything
1,
you've ever done
subparagraph
wrong.
A, yeah.
Oh.
No, Norman just fulfilled my subpoenas, so.
Just to make you aware, we were talking right now. He was asking to make sure we keep our detectives submitting all of this paperwork and us submitting it through the proper channels and not going to him as directly. That was a different standard during the conflict and everything, but it needs to kind of wind down now. Anyway, that was what he was just informing me of. So go ahead.
Okay. I think everything that I've submitted since the war has been through proper channels, both as a supervisor and otherwise. I could be mistaken about that, though.
He referenced something with Nakota, so.
My primary concern with the MCU currently, outside of general leadership concerns with what may or may not transpire over the course of the next week, is the axe.
It is I, the secret to capturing the most wanted people in the city.
Is paperwork keeping practices. I feel like our detectives and potentially to a certain degree our supervisors are becoming complacent with not keeping things in the MDW anymore. And as you and I are both pretty well aware with this whole command thing, that is a strong CYA move. And I don't know why people are not keeping things there anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, I have an idea, and unfortunately, I think it comes from a place of mistrust, which is, well, we just can't have that. They have to be able to function in the way that they're meant to. Is that? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, it's not. When command sees something like that, it's gonna put some writing on the wall. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna deal with us playing the confidentiality games, and I'm not sure where the culture of that came in, but it's being quizzed. It's being quizzed.
I think he's passing.
Being forwarded to the Rangers.
It's always
I mean-
C. It's always C.
I mean, I would definitely poach Luca to the Rangers, but he hasn't expressed interest.
That's not true.
I had a teacher in high school tell me the secret. He said, typically the longest answer is the answer.
Show Luca.
Because because why would you write something long if you don't have to? And so I tested it, and like, it wasn't always true, but most of the time it was.
Yep, it works. It worked that way completely in my undergraduate, but as soon as I started taking like the LSAT, when I took the bar in Liberty, it was not that way. Like they did that on purpose.
Wait, what are you talking about?
My LSAT to get into law school.
The secret to, like, when you always say it's always C, it's usually the longest answer. Because most people wouldn't write more than they have to unless they have to, you know?
So like if it's a multiple
I live
choice.
by that mantra of writing the minimum. You should see my reports.
Hi.
Lovesick arrived, Lovesick sword, Lovesick left.
Hi, Lily.
My mom needs pants. She lost them.
Get away from me. Oh, Jimbo. Oh, fuck.
Hey.
Jimbo got a gift for you. But Samantha's got a gift for you.
No, I have a gift for you, Jimbo.
I'm terrified.
It's right
Check
next
the
to you.
glove box.
Is it Kurt Tingle?
I'm not too sure.
Oh, is that the cop that scared of clowns? My bad.
Maybe? I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can't even answer the question as a detective supervisor, and that's
I'll find
not
someone else that can help.
Agreed.
Hello.
Hi, Miss Kiki. I know I was supposed to call you back like 22 hours ago, but I kept getting busy.
It's okay. What's up?
No problem. Okay, I went by the shits and giggles like you told me to, and I looked. There is a cute little skip medical voucher.
Yes.
I think would be really good. And then I was thinking gold stars as well because I don't know. I just like to give people gold stars
No,
once
that's
they're done
valid.
participating. Yeah.
I'm on a ride along with my dad tonight. So if I can't get it done before storm, I'll wake up after storm and get them done for you. How many of each would you like?
I was thinking, I'm not sure. Okay, maybe like 40 of each, and then that way, I mean, if I don't use any of the gold stars and stuff like that, or like, they'll just roll over, right?
Oh yeah, no, they don't like rust. No, they're not metal, so they don't rust. And
No, I mean, like, if only people, 20 people show up or whatever, that's fine.
yeah.
That means I'll have 20 for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And the raffle things, I don't think I'll get. I won't. I'm gonna make them hand it in. Like when they register, they're gonna get that, and then at the end they can use that, and then they'll get their sticker and their meals and stuff like that.
Perfect. Yeah. So text it to me just so I don't forget. 40 of each. And like I said, if I can't get it done before the end of this storm, I'll wake up next storm like immediately, and I'll get up started.
You're fine. I mean, as long as it's like, I guess before tomorrow morning, whomever. If it's just like 40 of each or whatever, if you just want to drop them in the hospital mailbox, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll get it taken care of.
Okay. I hope to see you tomorrow for one of them. If I don't, maybe another Saturday.
I will try.
Okay. Sounds good. You have a good one. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, there it is. I was already going to do it because I was, that was what I was typing about. Is she ever gonna take the heart of the name? No. She's not. She's never taking the heart out of the name. Tessa had the heart in the name before they were even dating. Tessa's one of very few people that she has given a second chance, and they haven't turned around and hurt her. The second chance technically being, let's be friends instead of dating. And they've been doing pretty well with that. All right, let's continue reading this docket. All right. As for posting to the docket, I would be remiss not to notify the court of a client agreement and simply responded to your rebuttal, and editing for grammar and punctuation seemed reasonable. But considering that you have made clear the extent of your professional candor and clinically sterile knowledge of procedure, I'll be sure to view the resources available to new and prospective attorneys as to avoid offending the court further and to avoid such actions which may further capsize your pram. I have not had the ability to further conversation. I have not had the ability to have further conversation with Mr. Justice related to State Attorney Sanders and their potential involvement in this matter, but I have contacted them to potentially partner on this case as a senior attorney. That was posted yesterday at 9:22 p.m. And then yesterday at 9:29 p.m., notice of withdrawal. Client dead. So literally 6 minutes after saying, hey, no, I'm still on this case, don't worry about it. 6 minutes later, notice of withdrawal. Client dead. Motion to amend. Defendant, Commissioner Axel Justice, to the estate of the late Commissioner Axel Justice. Motion to amend. Subsection 4, Evidence Addendum. The plaintiff's Exhibit C, police report titled Pred Shot in Prison. Motion to produce, provided the motion above is accepted. The plaintiff is motioning for the Department of Corrections to enter in evidence a photo of the stage, unzoomed, from the location where the M4 casings were found from the pending plaintiff's Exhibit C report. Notice of appearance. This is from Harvey now. Corporal DOC Liaison Harvey Holden entering as counsel for the Department of Corrections. Motion to dismiss with prejudice for the DOC. Per the ruling of Lincoln v. State Department of Corrections, it was ruled that this court is not inclined to create a standardized duty of care that will open DOC to being sued simply for not intervening in a conflict. There is also not much the DOC can do against the Senate, who is, by current legislation, completely the final say in all things government-related. The defense believes that this is an already established matter that should not waste the time, effort, and bandwidth of the correction staff, whose focus should be prison security during these trying and stressful times. Rebuttal to motion to dismiss with prejudice for the DOC. The ruling is an incompatible comparison. The ruling is referring to conflicts between interring inmates, not free citizenry, that have been allowed within the walls of Bolingbroke with Class 2 firearms. Rebuttal to motion dismiss with prejudice for the DOC. I'll await the judge's decision on this motion. Oh my god. Rebuttal to motion to dismiss with prejudice for the DOC. Mind you, this is Percy Weaver that they're arguing with. I'll wait with bated breath your next useless rebuttal. Percy is spicy. Good God. Notice of death. This one is Bundy. I am giving notice to the court that the listed defendant, Axel Justice, died on September 7th, 2023. A copy of his death certificate.
Thank you for just standing over here on your phone and not having to do that while we talk.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
I mean, you don't really have to.
I'm also reading. Oh yeah, no, I'm. Don't worry. I'm also just reading the spicy docket. Rebuttal to rebuttal to rebuttal. It's fucking wild.
that he had to apologize for?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read it yet. I'll go read it after this.
It's very funny. I like the part where I forget his name all of a sudden, said that he's going to stay on the case, and then 6 minutes later says, "Never mind, my client is dead." Like, just the time span. It's literally what happened.
6 minutes.
6 minutes later, after saying his rebuttal for why he should remain in the case, "Never mind, my client died." It's awful that he died, and I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing more at just this.
I get it. I may have let off like a little trauma laugh earlier when we were talking about Axel. I was like, I can't believe we just lost another fucking police commissioner.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
I was like,
DaCosta, that's who it was. But yeah, I'm the same way. It's one of those, like, if you don't laugh, you're probably just gonna drink or something, you know?
Exactly. I have to let out a laugh because it's so fucking preposterous that we just lost another one. And they
After,
said it
like,
was
what, a month?
Live video. And
Oh, yeah,
Oh, God, I
apparently
don't even
the
wanna see
entire
it.
video is posted on LSBN, uncensored and uncut. I am not interested.
That's fucked up, actually.
It's very
All right,
fucked up.
I'm gonna talk to Bunny so you don't have to sit here any longer.
No, you're good. Don't worry. All right. Where did it go? Oh, notice of death. A copy of his death certificate and/or autopsy are available on file in government offices for confirmation. Per the ruling of Judge Grayson and Kevin Ram versus the late Oswald Tinkerman's estate, the state holds no rights over the estate of any citizen. We do not administer nor acknowledge the estates of the dead. I am not entering as counsel, simply serving as a messenger on behalf of the UPD to ensure nothing is lost in translation.
There's also the
Jeffrey
dog,
Bundy,
what?
Ranger Sergeant of the San Andreas State Park Rangers.
No, I just saw that there was something.
Rebuttal to overt attempt to make arguments on a document or docket without entering. The case cited isn't relevant to the point in question, and is simply a dead cat being thrown on the table. Detectives of Jeffrey Bundy's now dissolved small crimes unit would regularly still bill the deceased, bringing money in for the state. 1 for 3, not for me. Didn't Percy used to be a cop? Apologies, I did not intend to misstate the name of the SCU, of which I was once a member, and still carry the insignia Karambit. It was pointed out to me the slip of tongue and unequivocally, oh, I can't say that fucking word, unequivocally apologize on that one point. Hi, Bobby.
Hey, how you feeling?
Incredibly medicated.
Yeah, I feel that.
I'm kind of just processing everything at this point, so.
Yeah.
Well, somebody lost
Yes.
a tire.
Yeah, I think somebody stole it.
Oh, maybe that's the
Yes.
pop that I heard earlier.
Could be. Yes. Take care of yourself.
I'm doing my best. I'm hanging out with my dad today.
That's good.
I'm kind of trying to reintegrate myself into working, but I already know from the other day I still can't handle the alphas.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Just take one step at a day.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Sarah and I are gonna work on it together as well.
Sarah is great.
She is.
And apparently she loved going fast.
She loves going fast?
Yeah. Ooh, Papa.
Yeah, it's Freya. I think she got tired of sitting in the car.
She looks like Rose.
A lot of
Like
people
my
call her a
puppy?
wolf.
Yeah. Can I pet her?
You can.
Hey.
She's gonna get trained as a service dog soon, so I've been bringing her around more to get her used to it.
Aw. I love puppies.
Same. I didn't want to intrude on their conversation because I'm sure some of it's sensitive.
Yeah, probably.
So I've just been reading the spicy docket.
What is spicy now?
The Kyle Pred et al. V everybody else, and essentially, Percy's a very angry person. I don't remember him always being this angry. Like, it's to toxic levels, quite honestly.
Interesting. Really?
Yeah, it's... Like, at one point, so Bundy comes in to do, like, an official notice of death for Axel. And Percy goes, rebuttal to attempt to make arguments on a docket without entering. The case cited isn't relevant to the point in question, and is simply a dead cat being thrown on the table. Detectives of Jeffrey Bundy's now dissolved small crimes unit would regularly still... Oh, that's not how I read it before. But I guess he called it something else earlier.
Can we talk while we do the raid? I can only be up for
he then has a motion to gag Jeffrey Bundy.
What?
I don't know. I haven't fully read that part
I
yet.
think it seems that way in a lot of directions because we got 300 cops and they all like the calls that they like.
Yeah.
How you doing, Bobby?
Surviving.
That's good. And, you know, it's better than not surviving.
Yeah. Was shot last night.
Hey, same.
Yeah, by the same people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we went there to assist you. I got one of them cuffed, so...
Good shit.
And then I'm waiting to hear back from a person. If the person doesn't respond in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to bed.
You know what? You do that. You take care of yourself.
I should. I mean, I have a fun car to do it with, so...
So you have a fun car to decorate?
To do it with.
Oh, gotcha.
That white one over there?
With. Yeah, the white one, yeah.
Ooh, damn, okay. That is a nice
What
car.
is that?
It's an R34. Just a little bit expensive, you know? But honestly worth it. I don't know. But it was worth it. Only 3.3 million.
That's close to what I spent for my G-Wagon.
Yeah.
I am reviewing subpoena results from a subpoena that I submitted like 9 days ago.
Ooh. The one that conveniently got signed just now?
That's the exact same one.
Oh! Yeah, the one I was receiving notice on.
Oh, she definitely has an accent. I can't remember where her accent's from, but she definitely has an accent. Is that Shang?
I have no idea.
Wait, isn't it Tang his name is?
I thought... I can't... But, like, you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I think it's... No, I think it's a different person. There's somebody named Tang who works at Others.
I'm not sure if it's him. I know he wears that jacket a lot. Swallow
But yeah, Bundy, the one that I submitted for you was approved, by the way. But I think you know that.
Jesus.
Yes, Norman informed me. I was standing right in front of him, and he had to produce it because another judge signed off.
Does that man not have any clothes on? The fuck? Where are his clothes? Why is he naked? Why is that man naked?
I do not know.
I hate it.
That is Los Santos for you.
Blech.
Why do you keep walking towards my vehicle and back and okay?
Maybe they're admiring it. Not like they can easily steal it. It's probably a hacking tool.
Hot dogs, burgers, best burgers, hot dogs. Anyone about the hot dogs? Red burger, hot dog.
Honestly, this is the best outfit I ever had. Like it's my detective outfit. I can
Hot
just take
dog,
off my vest
burger,
and it's
best
off.
burger, anyone selling? Hot
I have been doing that a lot.
Hot
Honestly.
dog, burger, best in Los Santos, selling $1. Nothing better than my It's not shit food.
Why?
It's best
I
food.
just love son.
Cash my check for $2 million on my business.
Hot dog, burger, $1. Best in Los Santos.
Lots of dollar.
Burger.
Okay,
Yes.
he's not responding. I'm gonna
$1.
go to bed.
All right. You have a good night, Bobby. Get better.
Have a
Same
good
with
night,
you
Bobby.
guys. If you guys need anything, let me know.
Yeah.
Like, nighty night. You okay?
Was that
you
you talking to
okay?
me? Yeah, of course I'm okay. Yeah.
Why are you sitting near the
I
tire?
think that
of
man's
the-
just trying to
of
steal
the
your
Renka
tire,
vehicle?
Dad.
Excuse me?
Why are you sitting near the tire of the Renka vehicle?
I was actually just seeing if there was any evidence of the rights and freedoms that have been, you know, just completely run over by the various government agencies that stayed on the bumper here. But it looks like this one might just be just the regular, normal types of infractions that I might see. But this must be Sergeant Bundy of the Rangers Service.
Yeah, San Andreas State Park Rangers.
Good to meet you, Sergeant Bundy. Paulie DaCosta. I'm actually just following up as you also were tainted by the heinous slap fight on the docket that has been occurring throughout the day. Just looking for
with Percy?
So you're DaCosta.
That's me. Hello, how you doing there?
I was just reading the docket. It's spicy.
It's needlessly so in my estimation, but here we all are, publicly flagellating ourselves.
This is not what I expected DaCosta to be.
I mean, you know, Percy decided that he wanted to light the stove up a little bit, so I figured it was best to not just leave that be necessarily.
Well, indeed. I think we have the same inclination in that regard. I just had a very simple question for you, sir. I'm not sure if you are connected, you know, in charge of or supervising your command. I'm just assuming with the incident at prison last night with the various.
I was present on scene. I was not the scene commander. There were several members of command on scene.
Okay. Do you know the lead officer for that scene? Or who it might be?
The lead officer for that would be Sergeant Dwayne Carter.
Excellent.
Yeah, what inquiry do you have pertaining?
Oh, that's
to
it. Actually, I essentially as a point of contact for reference for the FOIA for a report I assume is not done yet, as no charges have been pushed. But
I will tell you that report will take a bit of a lengthier time due to the number of officers involved.
Right.
Very, very frankly speaking, I've taken it upon myself to help assemble that report. It is
good.
currently more than 5,000 words long.
He broke his MDW.
Yeah, I broke my MDW.
Sounds
So
about right.
and we are still missing the statements of quite a few officers, so I only anticipate having to add more to it as time goes on.
Okay.
That being said, the state attorney's office is currently reviewing the file, and in the event the charges are going to be pressed, I imagine they would be on the docket within the next 48 to 72 hours.
Right.
That being said, it doesn't matter too much because not like they're going anywhere.
Right. Well, I have been retained by one Terrence Walker, so I am an interested party. You know, I think that he's got a real good case. You know, I think there's a lot of I think
You
there's
realize
a lot of
you realize there's an LSBN video including your client shooting the commissioner in the head.
not
right?
the only person to shoot him, allegedly. Well, actually, well, it was more so videographically. You know, it could have been any of the bullets that did it, the killing.
Did he tell you that he twatted out, "I killed Axel Justice"?
That did not come up in our initial conversation. But
One thing about
how
TJ is
would
he's
one tweet from
incredibly
prison?
honest in everything he does.
You know,
Well,
how
have
could
fun,
one
Bundy. Good night.
Yeah,
tweeting
it's
from
okay.
that could have been anyone's account that said it was Terrence Walker?
Yeah, that was Terrence.
That's
Good old
well,
TJ.
that could have been anybody. You know. Realistically, it is very. I think that there is. I call it a. It's more of a theoretical legal device wherein AI is continuously increasing in its sophistication and you know that could have been anybody in that video.
You do know that he's indicated that he has access to his accounts by continuously twatting over the course of the last 2 weeks or so, and he called me earlier. So I know he's got a phone.
I'll circle back on that particular note. Thank you for that. Anyway, thank you for. I'm glad that we were able to have this conversation. As Miss Sanders made it sound like I'd have to FOIA even your first name. So, I will be looking forward to creating and reading that. It was 5,000 words.
Yeah, I imagine that a FOIA isn't going to be necessary. All documentation should be provided on the docket once the posting goes up, just to save yourself the time and the paperwork of having to request it.
I didn't want to say that to Miss Sanders. She seemed very direct.
Yeah, so I don't believe there's any intention on redacting or sealing anything. I mean, it's all pretty much public purview with the LSBN coverage. So yeah, I would just kind of stand by and hold on to the seat of your pants and wait for the docket posting to come through.
And that would, I imagine, be for murder government then.
Yeah, probably that, and just a smidge of terrorism on top.
What is the charge for terrorism these days? It's got to be less than.
It's not
life,
until
right?
trial, judicial discretion. I mean, one might even say that when you commit terrorism while in jail for treason, that that's almost like pass go, do not collect $200 sort of territory.
You just go right back to prison.
Yeah, I mean, like some might wonder why they would ever even just leave.
Okay, and this is just can you not that you would have this on reference or anything like that, but is there the legislation as of late is seemingly inconsistent for some reason, but I would say, is there anything specifically pertaining to prison crimes, like crimes within the walls of Bolingbroke?
No. So there's this misnomer for some reason that's been floating around as to committing crimes in jail being like, I don't know, this like isolated pocket dimension of some kind.
Right, that doesn't, where laws don't exist. I was hoping that was real as well. Is that real?
Well, I mean, generally speaking, if it's like an isolated riot or something along those lines, we, as the Unified Police Department, we tend to defer to the Department of Corrections for that. Let them throw people in ADSEG and things like that. However, when it's a full-blown riot and attempted takeover of a government institution, no, there's nothing on the book saying we can't charge those people.
So you can't. Okay, fair enough. So every person that has committed a violent act within the prison, of course, has been charged with that.
Yeah. And I mean,
$2.45. Yeah.
A lot of those people showed up on camera to say what they wanted to say. A lot of them didn't wear masks.
Say what you mean
the
to
angle
say.
was questionable on that camera.
Say what you mean to say.
I don't know. It was approximately chest height. And...
I think this is an absolute win. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is a W. So, I mean, really, I wouldn't even file the charges.
I have nothing but the utmost respect for you even attempting to defend this one. Trust me, I have gotten beaten up in court in my fair share of instances because I'm one of the few officers who's willing to press cases that might be on the fringe or the gray area of whether we will win them or not. You're almost right. I almost don't see the point of this hitting the docket because it almost seems like it should just go to a plea deal instead.
Let's say a plea deal was entertained by the counsel representing one Mr. Walker. I imagine that.
This poor man.
Where does a really a baby police commissioner, barely even a police commissioner, if you were to say so. Maybe
we don't let babies be police commissioners. Owen would not like that.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, 1 month old police commissioner, barely fresh off whatever, probably not life though, right? Just like, like somewhere between 30 and 45 years.
I would have to defer to the state attorney's office for that.
Oh, do you get to choose? You get to ask. You get to request. You're gonna request potentially if you wanted to say life.
I mean, I don't know. Generally speaking, my personal prerogative.
Bless him, he's trying.
Well, it was Mr. DaCosta, right?
That's me. Yeah.
See, I come from one of the first 13 colonies. So I am of the personal opinion that whenever they line one of ours up on a wall and shoot them, that's probably what we should do to them.
Who's playing this man's? I actually don't know.
Squad, sir.
Let's see.
When they create those lineups, are all the guns loaded?
No, actually. I had the privilege of witnessing one of those when I was a dispatcher, because my paperwork led to the execution of a serial killer. The way the judge explained it to me then was that they have somewhere between like 8 and 12 individuals, and I believe 4 of them use unloaded firearms, and
nope.
Or maybe it's like 2/3 are unloaded and 1/3 are loaded, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. How many people shot Axel on TV? I can't remember. It was like 2 or 3 or 5 or something like that, right?
2. It was exactly 2.
Yeah, it's him. First client died. We are cursed. What a title!
All right, well, thank you for the time and the conversation there, Sergeant Bundy. I'll let you get back to your busy day.
No worries, Mr. DaCosta. Hey, by the way, just so you know, accomplice carries the same weight in this state.
Yeah, well, I only have 1 client, so I'm not that worried about it.
Bless him. It could have been anybody.
You know, you gotta admire the tenacity of a man who gets asked to jump into a pile of shit and just throws on his bathing suit.
And it's like, all right, I'll do my best. I will defend the man who killed my former client.
I just muted it. I am gonna drop you off at the precinct. Because I need to go back my officers up on this, but I don't want to drag you into it, okay?
Okay.
Alright. I'll be back in a minute, kid.
Okay. Come on, Freya. I'll wait inside. All these doors are locked, but she wants to be somewhere she can see where everyone is coming from. Okay, this'll do. Where's Freya? Ah, perfect. Actually perfect. Now if I could just target her. Okay. Why is she like that? I love how you play your character. Well, thank you. Alright, she can see all angles. I can't see all angles, but she can see all angles. And that's what matters to her. Come here, you. How's Kiki feeling now? She's pretty exhausted. So she's gonna take this time to decompress. But yeah, at this point, the morphine is starting to wear off. Maybe we'll go to the shift 3 meeting today, because we're going to be up anyway. We might as well. And it's been a little while since we went to a shift 3 meeting. Are you gonna have to go to regular checkups, or are you gonna have to stay with the cops for a while? I don't think she has to stay with the cops for a while. Kiki thinks that this was an isolated incident, and she's kind of been told that she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and she is inclined to agree, given what makes sense. So to Kiki, she went to Balto's house to leave a note about him being targeted by a very dangerous individual. And then said dangerous individual conveniently showed up and asked her what her relationship to Balto was. So that leads her to believe she was not the target. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And she doesn't remember what happened after she got put in the car. Because that's when she got shot, was when Divine said to her, "This isn't anything personal, just pass this message along to Balto." She doesn't remember that, because I rolled a 2 on remembering that part of it. Now, I have considered if somebody maybe triggers the memory, because memories are connected to various senses. Like if you smell something, you suddenly remember something associated with that smell. If you hear something, you suddenly remember something associated with that sound. So I have thought maybe if someone says like something about snitching around her, she might remember about the message about snitching on Jaeger. But that was the moment that she got shot, was he said, think twice before snitching on Jaeger. And the word Jaeger, even for me, I had to be told after that's what he said. But the word Jaeger for me was covered up by the bang of the gun. Yeah. So if she hears Divine's voice, maybe. I haven't thought that far. But I have considered it. Because even with the Pred thing, she has little flashbacks every now and then still. She got hit with a knuckle duster at one point. And she went, why does that feel familiar? Because that's what Pred beat her with, was knuckle dusters. She held a knuckle duster in her hand and was like, this is weird. She looked at one and she was like, that's interesting. Because that is the last thing she saw before he beat her to a pulp, was the glint of knuckle dusters in his hand. Because even in my clip, I believe I even said out loud, he's got something in his hand. And if I didn't say it out loud, I remember thinking it, because I remember seeing it right when he started to punch her. So, what would the hallucination for the Pred incident be? I'm gonna be honest, I don't have one. The only hallucinations that I have are general anxiety yesterday and the Kenneth incident. Left her food wisely. She is here because Bundy didn't want to drag her to whatever he was responding to. A bunch of 13 alphas went off while Kiki was in the car with him. And he quickly dropped her off at MRPD. He's going to come back for her. But he quickly dropped her off at MRPD during this so that he didn't have to drag her into whatever was happening. What's a 13 alpha? So a 13 alpha and a 14 alpha is when a member of the PD or a medic, respectively, go down in an emergency. So like they get shot or they get attacked. And when that happens, there's a series of beeps that go along with it so that it catches everybody's attention and lets you know of the urgency of the situation. Yeah. So for Kiki, right now, it triggers her PTSD because of how many 13 alphas went off toward the end of the war.
Why do you go southern?
Hmm?
Why did you go southern?
You had leftover fries and a pork chop with rice? Nice. That actually sounds pretty good. But I do plan, so Kiki is generally pretty good about if she feels like she needs a follow-up, she'll go. And given the severity of this incident, not only the mental trauma, but the physical trauma of where she had bruising on the impact site, she's having actual auditory hallucinations and stuff, and her vision is affected. This is something that she'll go in for checkups. She'll go see Bones and she'll go get it checked out. That sounds God. You know, honestly, I feel like saying something sounds good and sounds God are the same. I respect that you put so much effort into the after effects of what your character goes through. I mean, that's the fun of it, honestly. Is, you know, role-playing what happens after. I'm not someone who typically, you know, unless it's like a scuff or was just for like a bit, I'm not someone who typically just lets something not have consequences. I'm very big on role-playing consequences. Kiki killed Bass 2 months ago and she still can't handle the explosions. You know, she probably would have had some improvement had there not been, you know, mass amounts of explosions at the war. I think if there hadn't been a war, she probably would have been fine. She has gotten better with meteors. Generally because she has a warning about them. And it helps to have Freya. But having Sarah say you have dissociative PTSD is something of a relief for Kiki because it puts into words and validates what she is feeling. Oh, you mean the meteor at that like hit right near us? Yeah. I mean, I was very caught off guard by how bright it was all of a sudden. So like you don't know who -1's more. What if Sarah had said you have brain weasels? Then she has brain weasels. She is basically on LOA right now. She's not marked on the roster as being on LOA because she's still doing work. She's still doing behind the scenes stuff. She's still doing command work. She's just not working. Like she's not getting on duty and she's not doing medical. She is still working. But she is kind of on an LOA right now. And she explained to Sarah why she put herself on one, and Sarah understands. Everyone is fine. Yeah, everyone's fine. Everyone is perfectly fine. Hi,
You okay?
Lexington.
Why do you
Yeah.
look like you're dead?
I'm just sitting. I mean, I did get shot in the head yesterday, but I'm just sitting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You stay safe.
Let's go.
Doing all the command work for no pay, essentially. Thank God she wasn't in her cow onesie. Man, I remember that one time she threatened everyone at the autos for their cow onesies. Like, what the heck? Lexington is the first person to notice that Kiki is here. Vision based on movement. I'm sure the exposure therapy is something Kiki's looking forward to. Not necessarily. I mean, at the very least, Sarah did acknowledge and warn that, like, you know. Oh no, lots of people have walked by. There was a whole group of people that walked by this way a few times. Why do beds explode? It's been a while since we advertised the shop. Free clinic open across from Burger Shop. Pfft, okay. Did anyone tell Kiki she's a mother now? No, no one has told her. Let's see. Speaking of command stuff, I'm gonna do a regular check. Okay. Somebody got strike points. But honestly, not a big deal. I think this is an absolute win. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Just a meteor. Just a meteor. Just a meteor. Okay. Just a meteor. Just a meteor. Or was it? Mount Chiliad. Just a meteor. Just a meteor.
Kiki? Kiki, you okay?
Wait, I know what we're supposed to do in this situation. Hey, you got a Sharpie.
No, we're not gonna draw on his face.
What do you mean?
Kiki?
That's what we're
Kiki,
supposed
it's
to do.
Harper.
I don't know. I thought that was what we were supposed to do.
But I don't think she's asleep. I think she's just
Whoever
spaced out.
draws the biggest dick is the one that gets to wake her up.
So, well, you are the biggest dick.
Damn it, I don't want to wake her up. Is her hand supposed to do that?
Kiki? Kiki, honey, it's Harper. God fucking damn it. I don't know how to snap her out of it, but I guess I just call EMS, I guess. EMS from PD. Can I get a unit at MRPD? Kiki's like trapped in a daze.
Wait. I have an idea.
Bullpen, she's got Freya. She's just staring straight through me and her hands are shaking. I think she might be having an episode. That or an absence seizure. I'm not 100%. Yeah, same. I'll come let you in.
There you go.
Hey, Kiki.
She's trapped in a daze. That means if I put a mirror in front of her, it'll reflect the daze
No,
back at her and break her out.
You don't want to scare her. Or
Hun, are you doing some kind of magic shit right now?
Okay.
Oh no,
Hey.
no. She's stuck staring forward.
Uh-huh, she's
so
not
if
a
I need to
goddamn
forward, stare
vampire.
back at her. What, is that not on the fixer?
That's not how that works. Do you think that breaks me out of my fucking meteor panic attack?
I don't know. I don't typically have access to a mirror.
I wiggled her foot just to see if I get her attention, and it didn't work. So
yeah, I would try not to
Hi, Freya.
touch her.
Okay,
right
baby
now.
girl.
Good morning.
Oh, morning, Bob.
Hey, Kiki, can you smell the air and tell me what it smells like? Or what can you hear? Hey, Freya. Lay down.
I gotta go bail in and out of the situation. I'll be right back.
You're
Hey.
okay.
You're all right.
Breathe. No, Kiki. Breathe.
Gotta get out the way. We're gonna put the mirror back so it's not creepy. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Where am I? You're at MRPD. You're safe, okay? You're safe. You're surrounded by people that care about you.
Sorry.
Okay.
I
A firm 251 does, but I've got to direct to the hospital real quick.
Oh.
I'm gonna direct to the hospital, and then I'll head your way.
Okay.
How long has she been here, Bundy?
10 to 15 minutes, give or take.
There you
I
go.
had dropped her off because I had to go to a call.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. We can go.
At your own
Just-
pace, kid.
Mhm.
Can I just look you over, see if there's any injuries or check your stitches? Okay. Okay. Looking okay.
Hi,
You feel a little spooked?
Hey, Kiki. How you doing?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
I want to leave.
You get out of here.
Yeah. You said the hospital.
Yeah. Let's go bail your mom out. How does that sound?
Thank you. Come here, Freya. Thank you, guys.
Stay safe.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh my god, hello.
Do you need assistance with something?
Yes, I need to report my friend is missing.
Okay. Have you dialed 311 yet?
No, I came
This
straight
is locked.
here.
Okay. All right. Dial 311. One of the officers inside will come take a report from you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. Come on, kid. Let's go.
Is she going off duty and hanging out with us, or are you guys going home?
Her ambulance broke down, so she needs an emergency repair kit.
Okay. Freya got the middle seat.
Piece of shit.
I think you're making it worse, love.
Why are you kicking it?
You're gonna make it harder to repair if you keep kicking it. Those are some
Frustrated.
powerful kicks.
Frustrated.
What happened?
I don't even know how it's broken. That's what pisses me off.
Someone might have hit it.
Probably. They ripped my door off. I ripped my door off. You alright?
Well, hopefully I have enough repair kits to actually fix it. How long have you been kicking this?
Not long.
I have one
Okay,
too.
alright.
I have one too.
Alright, well, that's one down. I would imagine it probably broke down if somebody kicked it or something along those lines. When was the last time you got it fixed up?
Oh, that might be
Benny's
the
a little
answer.
bit ago. Benny's a little bit ago.
When did you take
When
it
was
to
the- when was
autos?
the when was the last time you got it actually repaired?
Yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's not too bad.
I think. Yeah.
The longer you go without an actual repair, the quicker they break down. That's why I get my squad car topped off every day.
I've gotten in my car before and it had a red engine light when I don't know how it happened.
Okay. We should be good to go. Can you toss me keys?
Fine.
Do not hit the car with a baseball bat.
Fine. I can't. You're gonna have to shove me in.
Oh. You can't get in?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Might be scuffed then.
Anybody get them?
Oh, I'm nowhere near.
Oh, it's locked. That's the reason I couldn't get in.
Help has arrived. Try now. Okay, hold on.
Slow me down.
Okay. Oh.
There we go.
Hey, it works.
All fixed up.
Thank you, love.
Of course.
Love you, Mom.
Yes.
I'll be okay.
Honestly, I would probably guess it was these fuckers who broke it down.
Probably.
That would,
There's a dead
that would
guy.
be my
Fighting
guess.
Such a waste.
Love you.
Love you. Sorry.
You still require additional gems. Vasily Petrov. Why is that a familiar name?
I feel like Vasily. I don't remember her last name, but Vasily sounds very familiar. I think it's been a while. Marcy.
Jesus, this thing is hauling ass.
What is it?
I'm not sure. Oh, sorry, unit. 251 secondary northbound Alta Street, passing under the Olympic Freeway, passing the.
You're stressing
Alta
out your
Street
vacation,
apartments.
pre-trip anxiety,
There
so
is
you need to
blood
chill.
in the water. This thing is
Aw.
bleeding. Northbound Alta. Crossing through San Andreas now, jumping onto the freeway. We missed it. They might be out.
Sorry. I was not expecting you to stop there.
I'm just impressed with how she pitied you.
Last seen opposing lanes of travel exiting towards LS. Could have gone up towards Elgin. (251) code 6 westbound Spanish. Yeah, he's probably gonna tuck up somewhere and try to fix that thing.
You should tell Sarah.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I think we hesitated on taking the jump because I didn't think he would try that when his car was bleeding that much.
Sarah did ask her to let her know when this kind of thing happens.
Let's gas up and you can repair the car while we do it.
Okay.
So was it the 13s or was it the Meteor afterwards?
I don't know. When did the 13s go off?
Before you got out of the car.
I don't remember that, so maybe that. Sarah said I have dissociative PTSD. So I've been losing a lot of spans of time.
Hi, Flop. Doing all right. How are you?
Phantom Liberty. I don't even have Cyberpunk 2077, so I don't know anything about it.
I actually didn't see your text. Yeah. No, I got
For
you.
the
No, I think
card,
your
yeah.
I think your presence is more than welcome, Flop.
He can join us. I've been trying to get a ride along with Flop for months.
Yeah, it's due to the combination of ongoing bullshit that's been transpiring for the better part of the last month, realistically. Yeah, Kiki's in the car. I could drop Ted off and you can pop in with us. Yeah, if you want to pop over to Bay City, I am staking out a 31 Alpha right now. I got a flagged vehicle and a 57 out here, so. Alright, fuck yeah. Yes. Alright, see you soon. Bye. Dispatch 251, I had an individual leave the most recent 31 Alpha and enter a gray and colored truck. Gonna be attempting a 38 northbound on Bay City. Alright, pull the vehicle to the side of the road. This is the San Andreas State Park Rangers.
I didn't do any park crime, I swear.
Oh, they just have the whole state as a jurisdiction, that's all.
Yep, I patrol this entire island. Regardless of the nature of the crime.
Oh, alrighty. Okay, well, I mean, I'm pulled over.
Alright, give me a moment. Let me relay to dispatch. Hey, now, you stay right there. Come on now.
I was just stretching my feet out. I'm sorry.
Alright, dispatch 1038, gray truck occupied 1 times northbound Bay City nearest Colossus across West Clips. Alright, driver, cut that engine off for me, please.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Alrighty.
Alright, sir. Sergeant Jeffrey Bundy, San Andreas State Park Rangers. You got license and registration on you today.
I sure do. Give me just a second. Booster Slurp. Nice to meet you.
Oh my god, he's from Twatter. Remember him?
I'm gonna just cut to the chase on this one, fella. Whose car is this?
I have no earthly idea.
Alright, then why in the hell are you in it?
It's in my nature.
What do you mean it's in your nature?
My father was a booster. My grandfather was a booster. And I gotta be a booster.
What the? You're a booster?
Yeah, it says so on my driver's license.
Did you boost this car, son?
I sure as heck did.
I'm gonna need you to step out of this car.
I don't wanna.
I'm gonna need you to step out of this car.
No!
Oh!
Out of the goddamn car!
Damn!
Hands behind your back.
Resist, sir.
Resist.
Why are you resisting?
Don't resist!
Do not get back in that
I've got
car.
one resisting off of a 31 Alpha.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, it would have felt kind of bad if I had actually handcuffed him there.
That was a good taste.
251's got your secondary eastbound Dorset Drive. Driver is one Booster Slurp.
This is the San Andreas State
He said that he boosted this truck, and his father was a booster, and his grandfather was also a booster. So I'm thinking this guy might be like, I don't know, like the Puppet Master or something. We're eastbound on Dorset.
This is your opportunity to make it right. Okay? You give it up, we might actually have some leniency. But what you're doing right now is gonna cause a lot more problem, okay? This is your only and final warning.
Wow, Flop's being so eloquent.
Transitioning southbound, Los Lagunas Boulevard. Cross San Andreas. Vehicle is a piece of shit truck that I don't think goes over about 60. Eastbound Upper San Andreas. He's hitting a wicked jump. We also hit the wicked jump. We're eastbound San Andreas. This would be a great time for an Explorer. Scully, what are you attached to? Are you still on that Explorer?
What the?
He just 1050'd himself in front of the police station. He just went directly to
But
jail.
Wait, he's
Sir?
he's going inside. What?
You understand?
I said that awful fast, sir. I mean, it's really hard to really just combobulate all of that.
That's impressive how you got the truck in there.
You just turn it a little bit to the side. You get more parked cars this way.
There's all these vehicle rims that are just spilling out of this thing.
My collection!
Wait,
Don't you touch my collection.
Is he the one that took the the rim from Aurora?
A Mustang, a jugular by the looks of it. What the hell? This is from a police Taurus.
There it is.
I think it's vandalism of government property for that one. The rest of them we can't prove, but he doesn't own these.
The Ford Taurus is a very common vehicle. There's no way that you could prove that it's a
only
police
PD
vehicle.
has Tauruses.
Yeah, what's up, Jones?
That couldn't possibly be true. They
Yes,
sold
it
14
is.
million of them in 2020.
I mean, outside of the city, maybe.
Well, who's to say that that's not
also-
where I got that rim
It's also
from?
2023.
I'll make this really easy. I'm sure your record would show you own all those vehicles, right?
I mean, who's to say?
Who's to say?
Listen, I'll plead guilty to whatever you want. Just don't take my collection.
I'll take note of that.
Who's to say?
The collection's gonna be seized anyway because we've got to impound that car. What do you think's gonna happen to it?
Oh no!
Oh no.
All right.
That's okay.
All right.
You know,
Booster.
when you get knocked down, all you can do is build it back up again.
He gets
I'll
knocked
do it.
down, but he gets up again.
Dispatch 251, 76, 30 feet towards processing with Mr. Booster Sloan.
Oh God. You would have that. Christ.
All right, Ted. Now the car point. All right, Mr. Slurp. As I was saying earlier, you have the right to remain silent. That means you don't gotta talk to me if you don't want to. You have the right to an
But
attorney.
you have such a nice voice. Why wouldn't I want to talk to you?
I don't know. Some people just don't. Some people don't like me very much. They just shoot instead.
I like you.
Like shoo you away like a fly? Could I have done that? Could I have just been like shoo?
What did I
You
just
also have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, won't be appointed to you by the state if they're available. You understand those rights?
Prince Mitchell, thank you for the 7 gifted subs. I
I
appreciate
kind of
you.
forgot
Thank you
the
so
first
much.
one or two that you said to me. It was so long ago.
Is that Cartingle
There were only 2 in total, Booster.
What was the first one again?
The right to remain silent.
Oh yeah, I don't need that one. What about the second one? What was the second one?
The right to an attorney.
I mean, if I wanted fish on my pizzas, I'd have it that way, but I
No,
prefer
not
to have it with pepperoni.
anchovies. Attorney, a lawyer.
A lawyer.
Whose casino card is this? Because this ain't yours.
I'm not even sure.
Why do you have so many screwdrivers? You've been stealing these rims.
I'm a handyman.
You told me you were a booster by trade, like your grandpappy and your daddy before you.
Couldn't
I
even
mean, a man can have more than one sensibility.
You couldn't even say it with a straight face.
Booster, you got 13 phones on you.
Where? It's the one right where you're
Just like the flavor.
Oh, hey, me.
Right where your tramp stamp would go, sir.
That guy's the peak pinnacle of sexy.
All right. Gonna be searching you again, grabbing your stuff.
Yeah, take everything you need. I'm being cooperative.
All right, I'm gonna be seizing these chains. I'm gonna be taking these 13 phones and leaving you with one phone.
As
long as
the
the
guy
good
who
one.
gave me the rim.
Yeah, I'll leave you with a good one. Taking the PSP. I'm taking this watch that you ain't
I've never
wearing.
met that man behind me in my life.
All right.
Hey, the rim you gave me was a cop rim.
He certainly
the
doesn't have
hell?
any of my screwdrivers.
You know what? I was only gonna take some of the screwdrivers. I'm taking all the screwdrivers.
Yep, that's what I did.
Oh no!
Who's this big guy?
Hello, I'm Ashley. Hey, man. Hey.
The remainder of these
Oh, wait, I
possessions
saw
are going to
you
be
selling
placed
autographs
into
on
a
Yellow
baggie
Pages.
for the Department of Corrections.
Yeah, I was gonna call you.
Never did, so I didn't get married.
Booster, have you been arrested
Yeah,
before? Let me take
now
a
I'm
look.
here. Yeah, I'm not a criminal though.
You are now.
It's certainly
Hey,
possible.
why?
You certainly have been.
Why am I a criminal? I didn't do anything.
Yes, you did.
I got tased out of a vehicle when
And
some
you ran.
random. Well, yeah, I was scared. I
Why
was
is
getting
there
out of the way
why is
from
there
the
Dan just wandering around the holding cells?
That's Kurt Tingle
I'm
Dan.
on a ride along.
Oh,
It's
okay.
Jimbo.
You know, nothing surprises me. Yeah, you carry on, Kurt Tingle.
Shots, so
Can
that's
you like
man.
quiet down a little
Some
bit,
don't-
man?
I
Thank
don't want to be caught in crossfire. You know, sometimes you just have bad days, and today's one of those days.
All right, I'm gonna bag up the rest of this stuff here.
Can't see both entrances from here.
Yes, although the milk has expired.
I saw a pigeon in the Yellow Pages, in fact.
That's not a bird. That's a person.
How?
I don't think that's very respectful.
What do you mean?
I mean, that gentleman worked all his life to be a pigeon, and you're telling him that he can't be a bird.
All right, I don't even know what to do with you on these charges, Booster. Jesus, you've got like 42 car rims. You've been running around stealing people's rims all goddamn day.
You know, like my pappy used to always say.
I was gonna say, I don't think I am where you think I am.
Oh. Yeah, he's not in the cell. Okay.
Hey, Kiki. Who's not in the cell?
The man over there. He's good now.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Sebastian.
I had to talk to Jimbo.
Did it? I thought I was gonna get shot, so I ran for my life. Would you not run for your life?
Okay, what's going on?
Well, that other gentleman said that as long as I plead guilty to everything,
No, I
get
don't.
to keep my
I don't know if he can
He said he'd
profit from
consider
it.
it. We've still got to get the car towed, so unless you talk to the tow people and keep that car somehow.
Don't give my rims to toads.
I'm gonna give them to the horny toads. And you know what they're gonna do with them? You know what they're gonna do with them, Jimbo?
Ruin 'em.
They're gonna.
That was
fuck
a lot of work.
They're
They're gonna fuck them. Because they're horny toads.
You're a cruel man, Park Ranger.
Sometimes the hand of justice has to strike swiftly. You know.
The hand of justice is cold and in a storage locker.
Flop, what's your 20?
Westfall, hello there.
It sounds like it might.
Hi.
That'll turn ugly.
Don't go anywhere. I need to have a talk with you. I have a bone to pick with you, Westfall, because you were here earlier and then you left,
220,
and I
251.
was like, what the heck? What the heck, my dude?
What's your 20 right now?
How dare you leave when I wanted to talk to you, Westfall? How dare... Yes?
Anything I'm missing.
Listen, I touched home base. Convince them to give me half off.
What?
I touched home base. Let them give me half off.
Hey, Dad. He said he touched home base and he wants half off.
You touched what on my daughter?
No, not like that. No.
I'll kill you.
Wait, what? Is this? It seems like it's a conspiracy.
Who's over here doing things to daughters?
That's not what I meant.
Oh, what'd you mean?
You know, like when you play tag and you touch home base, and it's like, haha, you can't tag me. I'm here.
Oh.
But anyway,
Like
Westfall,
a different kind of home
thank you
base.
for all of your help with the TLDR. You're one
This
of our
guy's not doing
OGs.
anything, man. Let me
You're
know.
great.
You
You're
ain't getting
wonderful.
half
You're
off,
always a
Booster.
delight. So
you had your chance for half off by not
like all
running
the
from me
others today,
and not resisting when I tased you in the neck. Speaking of which,
Get a
resisting
diamond.
arrest.
That entire time.
enjoy your new pink diamond.
Looks like you got it.
I didn't hear you on radio.
Here it is. I tried to give it to you earlier, but you left. Diamond gang.
That's because you don't have a radio. You've just got 5 screwdrivers and a ridiculous number of phones.
I was down to 5. I had 18 some of bitches.
Oh my god.
All right.
I did give a handful to that really thick gentleman, though.
The one you said you'd never met in your life?
Oh, I mean, I never met him in my life.
All right, Booster. You've been in our custody for a little bit now.
And I touched home base.
Off the rip, you're looking at 47 months, 94 on parole, and a $5,900 fine. I can lower that down to 30 months for you for a plea to guilty. That's almost half. Matter of fact, I think that is half, isn't it, mathematically and whatnot?
You wanted half off.
Do I get to keep any of my collection?
I left the 2 you had on you.
You know, as long as I don't have to start from nothing, I guess that's something.
He's just gonna do it again.
How we pleading today, Booster?
Delicious.
Okay, that's the options are guilty or not guilty.
Or.
Okay.
That's a number.
No, you said or. Because you said his options were guilty or not guilty, so he said or.
Can I plead both?
That would just
no,
be guilty.
You can't plead both.
What is that? Like a quantum paradox. That's what I saw on the Discovery Channel. If I plead guilty and not guilty at the same time...
So if you plead
then I
guilty
can
and
be
not guilty
neither.
at the same time, that would be an Alford plea, kind of like them boys did back in, what was that, Georgia? Whenever
Wait, someone's
you're
actually
basically
done
saying
this?
the state has too much evidence and I don't want to fight it.
Oh, I understand.
Oh
That's
my
how
God.
He got the violin.
That's right. The devil went down to Georgia.
Little made a goal.
Wait, hold on. Booster, do you speak Dan? Can you translate for this man for me, Kurt Tingle? Figure out what his plea is.
Try. Let's see. Hey, man, it's me, Kurt Ingle Dan.
Hi, Kurt Ingle Dan.
I'm a famous wrestler. You want my autograph?
I mean, here, they didn't take this off me. Just go ahead and scribble it right there.
Oh, I mean, I could just hand it to you through the bar.
Oh, okay.
Hey, here you go, man. Give it to you free of charge if you're going to jail.
Oh, God. It's beautiful.
You should look at it up close.
Kurt Ingle, as my... I don't know, what is he? My Lord and Savior? Is he my new Jesus Christ?
I mean, that's only a decision you and your God can make.
Do you pray guilty or non-guilty to me?
Well, I mean, I think that you should decide that. Being my new deity and all.
Holy fuck.
like most criminals, not guilty.
As the new Jesus has proclaimed, not guilty.
Oh, God damn it. Why'd you have to go in Irwin Dundee and Kurt Tingle? God damn it. Okay, all right. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty it is.
There
Oh,
it
all
is.
right.
I don't know what this Dundee thing is. What is
He
I
just,
plead Dundee.
that wasn't one of the
You
options.
don't even know Dundee.
I don't even know Dundee.
I don't know. It just sounds like that thing that you said earlier with the anchovies.
Oh boy.
Something about enchiladas. Hungry now.
All right, Booster, the bill's going to be coming through to you shortly.
Don't worry. I'll put that check right in the mail. I swear to God it won't bounce.
Oh,
Say it is what he's saying.
Oh, it's okay. We got a deal worked out with Fleeca. They just suction that money right out of your account like a Hoover vacuum.
Well, I mean, the only reason I prayed on God for that one was because he's literally right here. So, I mean.
I am here. I am everywhere. There are many of me.
That is true. Yeah, they reproduce by mitosis.
Yeah.
One of them used to be a hemorrhoid.
I think it was Vingle.
Wait, that was Vingle?
I don't remember. I know that I just had a call about him.
All right, Booster. You got any questions, comments, or concerns for me or your new Lord and Savior before the local DOC scoop you up, sir?
Do you know why pizzas are round instead of square?
I just want to make sure I'm. I just want to make
You
sure.
can actually go and get square.
Sometimes they are square.
Mistaken for command shop.
What
I think
about
it-
triangle?
I think it has to do with like the method of like hand tossing the dough. I think when you hand toss dough, it's easier to come out in like a circle.
Okay.
Oh,
I guess
that
you'll
makes
like the tea.
sense. You are
nice.
a Rise Ranger.
Hi, Papa.
He calls you really
Send
cool,
me
man.
where I need to go.
How you
Send
doing?
him
To
to
heaven.
heaven.
Yeah, DOC from
look here now.
251.
DOC are the angels.
I've got one Booster Slurp who's about to ascend to heaven with you for about 30 months or so.
Kiki is a square, and then she took morphine, so
heaven's
now
on
she's
lockdown.
cool.
You want me to send him
Hell
to hell
yeah.
instead?
Oh God, no!
Oh, you're that kind of bad.
Please,
Hey.
for the love of
Hey,
Jesus.
Farm, notify me when the lockdown's clear.
What?
Free to go on parole.
You're lucky this time. They said just delay your heavenly ascent for a moment or two.
Alrighty. Well, I guess I can wait here until my body is ready.
Oh boy.
His body is ready. We just need the permission.
So you said that this entire city is a state park?
No, I'm a state officer, so I have jurisdiction over the whole state.
Yeah, he controls the highways.
Send it. Oh, sorry, I thought that was the other way around. DOC asked us to hold for now. They got a lockdown.
Harvey's waiting to ambush a sergeant.
My name's Flop Man.
If you're gonna.
Flop man,
you're gonna be
I'm
on hold
Kurt.
for a bit, can I
Kurt
bother you?
Oh, he's gonna think
Dan,
Flop Man's your whole name now.
Sure.
Well, good to meet you, Kurtingle Dan.
Kurt Ingle Dan. You want my autograph for $20?
You know what? Sure.
Sweet. I was in the WWE.
Hi.
Hello.
There you go.
Hey, don't kidnap my ride along.
But you're the ride along.
Here you go, man. Here's
Aren't you?
my picture and signature.
Oh, thank you. Wow, this is
Yeah, not a problem, man.
You should look at it up close. There you go.
Sebastian,
wow.
you want to stay in
Oh, I gotta go. No.
Goodbye.
I gotta go
Jesus,
too, guys.
fucking Christ.
See you later, my son. We will pray together in Valhalla.
Thank you, my lord.
Jimbo, let me out.
You think that's Photoshop?
Yeah, I'm dead.
I don't know.
That's probably him like 30 years ago, and
Yeah,
he's
no,
still
it
playing off
is.
that he's got like the bod. You know what I'm saying?
It is, because if you look at the medal, it says 1996.
Oh, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Flop man, can you let me out?
Oh, it does.
Huh? Yeah, sure. Hey, what year was this photo? Oh, nice. You still got the same physique.
You okay over there?
Yeah, just contemplating my existence. It's not very often that you get to meet your true deity.
And what are you coming up with over there?
I think it has to do with the anchovies.
Okay.
I mean, it's like my pappy used to always tell me, a bird in the hand is worth $2.
I don't think that's how that goes.
I think he was at Kmart when he told.
Ah, Kmart. Does Kmart even exist anymore?
Must have been a blue light special. So you get to ride around with your pappy all day?
Sometimes.
I bet that could be fun and frustrating at the same time.
Frustrating, why?
You know, I mean, because, like, they're always pressuring you to do things, you know? Like, get out of the house and leave the neighbor's dog alone.
Oh, no, I don't get any of that with him. I'm also high command of my own, so there's not really any pressure he has to put on me.
Well, I mean, if you're high when you're riding around, I mean, it could be a problem, so just try to keep that on the down low.
Okay. No, he doesn't pressure me into anything. He's a good dad.
Well, that's good to hear. I thought he was good, too, until he took my collection.
Well, I mean, you committed a crime. He's just doing his job.
Crime against who, though?
All the people you stole those rims off of.
Oh, yeah. You know, you do have a point. I thought that was within my rights, though.
I mean, those belonged to other people. You took their property.
I mean, kinda.
What do you mean, kinda?
Well, I mean, so I'm in possession of them, and they will always have the memory of being able to drive on 4 wheels while they only have 3.
Yeah, and now you're forcing them to spend money to replace the tire that you stole.
Oh, no. They could, I mean, 3 out of 4 ain't bad, you know? I mean, you could definitely just ride around all day on 3 tires.
Oh, God, no, you can't.
I mean, not with that attitude. Don't they have vehicles that, like, are very specific that have 3 wheels? Like a bicycle, but it's like an extra half of a bicycle?
Well, there used to be a car in the city called the Reliant Robin, and it had 3 tires, but it drove awful. It flipped constantly.
Why would they get rid of something so majestic? Imagine if you just took one of those wheels off of it.
It was a menace to society and dangerous to drive?
Huh. A menace to society.
Yeah. Kind of just feels like reckless endangerment just to get in that car.
Well, I guess. Huh. That there says Sector A. Is there a Sector B?
There is.
Where's Sector B?
I don't know.
Huh.
But I have seen a Sector C.
Where's Sector C?
I don't remember, but I remember seeing it.
So is this just my existence now?
Not forever. There's a lot going on at the prison.
Well, I mean, it's a prison.
Well, usually it's relatively chill, but lately there's been, a lot.
Huh. Alrighty. Well, I'll take your word on it. I've only been there once, and when I was there was a half-naked lady making everybody deep-fried pizzas.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah, it was nice. I tried to get deep-fried macaroni and cheese, but she said, I'm sorry, we're out of macaroni. We don't have any more dairy.
Oh. Never had deep fried macaroni and cheese.
I mean, it's the gooeyest, hottest thing that you've ever eaten.
It sounds really good.
Yeah.
Is it basically just like a mozzarella stick, but with a different kind of cheese and noodles?
Listen, when you have to craft your own freaking delicacies, I mean, you work with what you got.
That's entirely valid.
And deep fried macaroni and cheese is just one of those things that I'm sure that Mr. Something Dan just brought to my family to bring us warmth and shelter.
I think I went to a restaurant once where they had that, but it was because they were used as the buns for a burger. So you had the burger and all the toppings, and then on the top and the bottom you had the deep fried macaroni and cheese to be the buns.
Oh my God, you're making me so hungry.
You're welcome. Do you need food?
I mean, I could use a bite. I had some of that pizza from that gentleman that I have never met in my life. And yeah, I haven't had anything to eat since.
Okay, I'll pass you some food.
Okay.
There you go.
I
God,
don't
Turk.
need all that. I'm just gonna take these maple leaf cookies.
No, go ahead, take all of it. I have so much. What the?
What's your badge number? 490.
So when's the warden gonna let me out?
I don't know. I don't know where my dad went.
Yeah, you're sort of trapped in here with me.
Oh, I'm okay.
I would never.
You already have
I
multiple
happened to turn
times.
around and it squeezed out. It's not my fault. Go to Burger Shot. They I don't know what they put in their food.
Or was that
Human meat.
There you are.
See, I heard cat litter.
You've just been chatting while you were gone.
Gotcha. At this point, he's been in custody for a while. Flop, what do you think about paroling him and setting him loose upon the world?
Yesterday during the holdout, we literally told people, we're like, there's literally nothing we can do.
Yeah.
Parole him and send him off. I don't see an issue with it.
All right. All right, Booster.
He's been really nice while he was down here.
You've been cooperative with us. You touched home base, so here's the deal. I'm going to cut you.
Alrighty.
I've already issued your fine. I'm going to be putting you out on parole today, sir.
Does that mean I gotta deliver newspapers?
No, it doesn't mean you got to deliver newspapers, but it does mean you got to be a good boy. Because if you go out there and commit any more misdemeanor or felony offenses, then you're going to get a shit ton more time added on to you.
All right. There's not going to be one mister that's coming out of my mouth for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. You're going to be on parole for 94 months.
Already?
Take gift from strangers.
Exactly.
All right. Turn face away from me real quick, Booster.
Already.
There we go. Slap those up on your wrist there.
Out of curiosity, do those guns like just reek of your armpit sweat?
No, but the leather, I mean, I got to polish the leather like once every 2 days, otherwise it starts getting stinky.
I guess that makes sense to me.
What else did I learn? I learned don't get shot and don't take things from strangers.
All right. Stop right here at the desk and you should be able to grab your things.
Alright.
There's one more thing.
Don't run.
Yoink.
Don't lie to the police.
I wasn't lying. I said everything I had to say.
All right, Booster. We're going to set you free out the
I had one more final question. Where's
okay.
Sector B?
What do you mean, where is Sector B?
He was asking about Sector A and everything.
You do not want to see Sector B.
Alrighty.
The last guy I sent to Sector B, we had to send to jail with no legs.
Oh my God.
Tandy?
All right, here, turn face away from me. Let me get those things off of you. You are free to climb over the shrubbery and go running free into the world, Booster. You're on parole, so don't commit any more crime.
All right, thank you, sir. No misters.
Oh, Lord.
Well.
Yep.
He's absolutely gonna commit a crime as soon as he leaves.
I took all of his screwdrivers.
Oh, he's just gonna steal a car.
Yeah. I'll wait till we get out of here. I missed stuff.
Kiki, I think I'm gonna liberate your mom from being on duty here in a moment.
Okay.
She and I haven't got to ride together in a little while, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Is there anything you want to do before I drop you off, or any particular places you want to go, or anything? Need food or anything like that?
I have food.
Okay.
Could just take me home.
Okay, I can do that.
You know, since the beginning of fucking time, since we got those these remotes for the gates, I always, for the fucking life of me, think that I'm hearing Fred scream flop. And it stresses me out every time because that's the way that he did it.
What do you think he's saying when he? Do you think he's saying unflop?
Unflop.
I don't know. I just know that sometimes I'll hear what, and I'm like, what? What do I do now? Fuck! He's out.
Flop.
No. So you were kind of coming in at the tail end of about a 4-hour-long debate that's been transpiring between Suarez and Harvey.
Oh boy.
The key to which I identified was a communication issue. Essentially, we had units on Channel 1 who were pursuing an A+ boost, an S+ boost kicked off. Suarez and 3 other units attached to that. Harvey wasn't attached to either fucking call. Suarez came onto Channel 1.
Just to clarify, did they attached to the S+ and broke off the A+?
No, so 3 units on one and then 3 units on another.
Okay.
Harvey wanted to... I didn't pass it this time.
He didn't.
Took me a while. You own this place?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna buy this place, and I'm like, who the hell owns this place?
Everyone has always told me that. Thank you.
It was good riding with you, kid.
Always good riding with you. Sorry about earlier.
Hey, never apologize to me for that.
Okay.
Not a single time.
Okay.
Have a good night, Kiki.
You too. You sold me a ride along.
I do. And if you don't remind me, there will be other means of reminder that will smack me in the face.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the shift 3 meeting, so I'll see you later.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
I will see you there. Is this your way of saying flop, get in the driver's seat?
Oh, fuck. The car I wanted. It's at the tuner shop. No, it's okay. Alright. We're not on the morphine anymore. We're still not okay. But we are gonna go to Shits and Giggles and make Rosabelle's order. Yes, Spodon. When is Kiki gonna start sipping the scissor? Huh? Wait, what? Can you say that in English? Oh, lean? She tried it once and she wasn't impressed by it. Remember? Yes, Turt. I hope that they have enough textiles for me to make 80 items. Oh, is this it over here? Okay. We'll see. All right. So we want 40 of these. Oh, that's a 10. That number didn't change. Unless I just read it wrong. And 40 of these. All right. 12, 18, and 12, 19. That's gonna take a while. Okay. Okay, now it's good. All right. Banan. while we wait for that, 'cause it's gonna take about 20 minutes, let's go decompress. It's Halloween! What does she like most about the rain? It's calming. What do Kiki and the gay wagon have in common? Is it her blood being all over it? They're both squares. How dare you? Perfect. Let's just listen to the rain for a little bit. I took this time to stand up and stretch. So we're gonna stick around. Is Rosabelle still around? I don't have that micro file. It's never really said I shouldn't. I've just been trying to avoid it out of fear. The hospital was out of anything non-opioid. My options were a singular morphine injector with no pathos or an oxy prescription. Or to wait like 1 or 2 hours for the new stuff. But I was in a lot of pain right now. Just gone. Okay. Rosabelle. You still around? No, she's asking if Rosabelle's still around to give her things that are being made, but it looks like she's not. Imagine if he chose to wait for the other meds to come in. She would have been in so much pain. And I think she would have been in so much pain, she would have just said, fuck it, give me oxy. But it was interesting getting to finally use the morphine injector. I was very curious about its animation, because I know that all the medications have their own animation. She could have just got Slizzer. Again, she tried lean. She wasn't impressed. She would have passed out or vomited from the pain, probably. So the pain that she was feeling was the bruising, but also the pressure of the brain swelling. It was still going down, and I think by now it's gone. But she still had some swelling, and the pressure of it was just painful. I'm just gonna pretend that helicopter is not there, because if I don't, and she's triggered by it every time it flies over, she's gonna be triggered by it every 5 fucking minutes. Five head Kiki when she woke up, 2 head Kiki now. There we go, perfect. Dr. Bones deflated her brain. Yes, Turt. She's got a bullhead? What the fuck? Shocked no one has wanted to do a checkup on Kiki. She will go in for checkups. She'll go to Bones and have herself checked out. Can type several tweets, but can't block. It tracks. Speech to text? No, you. You're cringe. Who the doctor she trusts right now? That's rude. I'm sorry, forgive me. Bones, Perry, Sydney, don't fold. Too late, I am here. Look what I've done. Where's the, hold on. Hang on, I have this GIF somewhere. Is it here? No, where is it? I know I have this GIF uploaded somewhere. Hold on. Ah, here it is. Me right now. I know how to be diverse. Why do you think I didn't ignore you when you talked to me? I did this. This is a whole mood. It is a good GIF. It's one of my favorites. Finally, a song for the bottoms. Oh boy. Did Flop abandon us? Nah. Bundy wanted to have some time with Lennon, so he dropped us off and picked up Lennon. And now we're just decompressing, making some things for Rosabelle. And we're gonna stick around until the Shift 3 meeting and go to that. We should go pick up the... Come on. When did I donut Walter? Which question? He's asked a few of them. Happen. The Pokemon one? Last one? Hmm. Oh. Are you into Pokemon? Because when I see you, I use my... Wow. I see you, I use my Charmander pants. Wow. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, wait. Never mind. These are no longer... That's right. I'm dumb. Alright. That... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Well, this is trash. These are trash. Okay. This here. That there. That there. That there. That there. That there. Probably the food too, just in case. Okay. And the flashlight. And the repair kit. Okay. Why not just grab a collection pouch for it? Lazy. The store actually doesn't sell collection pouches. It sells bags, but they don't sell collection pouches. Which maybe they should. If you think about it, homosexuality is the universe's way of population control. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Here we go. The gold stars and the skip medical vouchers are for Rosabelle. When I do get this order dropped off, though, I do need to run to the restroom, which probably, maybe I should have done that when Kiki was sitting in the rain, but I didn't want to run to the restroom in a and leave her in a public space where somebody could walk up to her and try to have a conversation with her or do something to her, and I'm not there to react. What the heck? Gross. Does it fit? Oh shit, it does. It's 120 pounds. Okay. Okay. It's collector dog. There you go. Ah! 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 All right. And there we go. Everything is dropped off in the SMH mailbox. All right, I'm gonna park Kiki. You know what? I'm gonna park her in the bathroom. because that actually makes sense. Huh. Weird mirror. Weird mirror. Actually, no, I'm gonna put her in the break room. And she's just gonna think for a while. Here you go. Font size 30. Green. Earbuds in. Decompressing quietly. Kiki's not going to the bathroom. I am. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So I will leave you guys with some music and water so you guys can have some entertainment. Yeah. And I will be back in just a couple minutes. I really gotta go. am back. I am here. Did we miss anything on the phone? Okay, no. Okay, good. That's fine. All right. Is anyone on duty still? No one's on duty. Oh. There are no... Oh, I didn't get any pictures. I'm sorry. I'll get extra pictures this weekend. I'll make up for it. It was really dark. They wouldn't have come out anyway. No EMS or doctors. The city must fend for itself. Now, one thing I'm confused by. This is a G-Wagon. How does it have a red interior? How did they do that? Ooh. What is the red? 220 customers? Oh my god. I want to know how they did that. Maybe? I could have sworn I tried that though and it didn't work. But I also know that interior coloring can be very scuffy, so I'm hesitant to do it. Let's see. If I do it, I think I'll do it. Fuck, I do this every time. If I do it, I think I'll do it in lime green. So that it matches what Kiki would have made it anyway for the gay wagon. Could also be. I thought I've checked the secondary and nothing happened. Maybe it is a secondary and I didn't look in the car. Let's see. We're gonna find out. Got 80 minutes to find out. Yeah. We gotta find a way to kill time. Remember Raymond wanting to change the red interior but couldn't? My interior is black. Is it default red? Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. There it is. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And then what? Oh my goodness. Really? That sounds awful. Let's try it. Let's check out. Okay, so it's not that. Is it the interior? Oh, it is the interior. Okay. 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 Oh. Oh man, if I do it in lime green, it's going to be so green when we switch back to the gay wagon's default color. Purple is very tempting. We'll think about it. We'll see what we'll swap back to default gay wagon later. And when we do, we'll what about a cream? Maybe. The only thing with cream is realistically she wouldn't want cream because of the dogs. They can get messy. Actually, let's go this way. Peapod is already done, but we could take time moving the Peapod. Yeah, could you imagine if she had a cream interior and got shot in the car and it's just blood everywhere? I need to get back the stuff that was there. Nice red, Kiki. Thanks. It's my blood. I'm not afraid to leave this here. It's a hacking tool to get into it, so... Besides, if I'm so concerned about it, I can always just grab a bicycle and go get it. Now, what do we do for an hour? Take Polaroids? That's a lot of money. Actually, let's go back to the freeway, I think. I hate the freeway, actually. I think I did want to go that way. I think I fucked up. Yeah, there's no EMS or doctors on duty. So there's no one to terrorize. Unless they all went off duty and are still around. But usually they're pretty active on Twatter when they are. Are you okay? Oh, hi, Wayne. Yeah, I'm good. I think that was a bubble issue.
How's life?
Been better, been worse.
Well, you know, the person who can make it better is yourself. Keep your head up out there, okay?
Thank you. That's very sweet.
See you around, okay?
Goodbye, you stay safe. Aww. That was actually really sweet. Yes, Turt. Hecka, Kiki, how dare you?
Hey, Buster.
Where was it a shop gonna be? In Polito, I believe. I think she's gotten the building, but I'm not sure if it's ready. I feel like if it was ready, Etta would have told us. Here you go. To tell me something. Okay. How dare you? Why don't we make another fit? Look what you've done. I wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
The dog. There he is.
Yeah. She has trouble getting out of the car sometimes. Thank you. I'm free. Good girl. Go sit over there. Alright. Oh, fuck. This is not the angle this is not an ideal angle, but it's the only one I got. Okay. We're gonna... Because I refuse to stand in the clothing store like that. Let's mix it up a little bit. Even though I really like... I cut this fit is really cute. Luckily, it's very, very easy to recreate. But we want to keep it comfy. Want to keep it comfy. So noted. Freya can walk into this store. Too many witnesses here to figure. I would have to do it at like Kiki Chanel's store or at the firehouse. Somewhere that I can just do the closet right there. You know what I think I might bring back? Can I find it? I think it's time to bring back a specific hoodie that we haven't worn all summer. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Dude, if they had hoodies in the... Oh, wait. There it is. We're bringing this back. Return of the donut hoodie. Kiki looking like a snack. Kiki's a whole meal, my dude. I might have to keep these actually, because she has the light sensitivity right now. Are there other glasses this dark? This dark? Possibly, but these are the frames that I like the best with her. You have a question? What's up? Good girl. Has Kiki ever thought about talking to Remington re-headphones? She prefers the earbuds. They're a lot more discreet. Otters wag their tails like dogs when they're happy. That's adorable. They're a lot more discreet. And, here we go. She doesn't just want to wear headphones all the time, because realistically she'd probably want to take them off and on. And it's annoying to have to be like, maybe I should prepare for if there's an explosion, because then that's just added stress. So she prefers earbuds. She prefers something more discreet. Breakup season. But now what? Yes, ma'am? But why? Let's see if Charlotte's around still. When was the last time Charlotte twatted out? Because she's usually very... Okay. She might not be around anymore, because usually she's very active on Twatter when she is awake. Okay. I don't know what to do. We could spend a bit of time watching clips. I want to go to the Shift 3 meeting, but we have an hour until the Shift 3 meeting, so I'm trying to decide what to do. Is Etta around? I don't think she is. Nah, she probably won't be around till reset if she does. Okay. Have I seen the lesbian? Oh yeah, I've seen it. Kiki did a whole cosplay with it once, where she had all the pieces, the legs, the shirt. What? I do love cows. I saw that one. It's like Kiki had her cow onesie on. It's just like when Cleo used to get mad at things. Cleo used to say things like that. Meanwhile, Etta's just like, no, she's adorable in the ICU. Meanwhile, Bison's just trying so hard. Hey, Tessa, look, trees. Look at this tree. Bless him, he's trying. Oh. Yes, ma'am. What the heck? I feel like it's that time of night where everyone we know is asleep. And those that aren't available. The authentic plate. Is this a Maldini's ad? It is. Yeah, I remember. But honestly, as helpful as she would have been, it was for the best that Etta stay in the car. Because if Etta had gotten out of the car, they didn't actually know if the scene was code 4. They didn't actually know if it was safe for Etta to get out of the car. Etta also would have panicked. She probably would have, you know, been freaking out. She probably wouldn't have been as helpful as she thought she would because she was so stressed about the situation. So it was for the best that Etta not... Yes, ma'am. Okay. Oh, well, thank you for letting me know. Gotcha. All right. Is that really how you feel? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, maybe we can make it better, Okay. I keep forgetting about this. I should probably get rid of them. Is there a dumpster around here? I think there's one in here. Is Rust around to take Kiki for a last-minute vault? Wow, I have enough for a bunch of meeting. You missed this clip? Hold on. Let's see. What is this clip?
Where are ya?
Ah, hold on. Okay. Where are you? Alright, what is this?
Where are ya?
I'm upstairs in the bathroom. I'm having a meeting with Han.
What?
What does that mean?
That's an unorthodox meeting location, but okay.
I'm also meeting with Harper, right?
Well, I'll let you handle
Tessa,
your
it's not like that.
business.
Come up here.
What? Scully.
Rangers are allowed here. Here's the thing. It's because
Listen,
PSO doesn't
I
have their own
appreciate the
bathroom.
offer,
We
but
don't
I
even
just,
have our
I
own
don't know.
department. Tessa, it's not like that. Tessa, please come up here.
Tessa,
I promise
please.
it's not
Tessa,
weird.
please.
It seems a little weird.
It's not weird, Tessa.
It is a little
you
weird.
want me to meet you with 2 other people in the bathroom?
They made me come in here, Tessa. Please come here.
Oh, you need help. It's like that. Okay, I'll come help you. Don't
I'm
worry.
not getting in the stall.
What? Where are you?
I'm upstairs in the bathroom.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm not getting in the stall! Holy fuck. Awkward. Very awkward. We could go do some fishing. Just some chill fishing, maybe. It's not really fun. But there's planes and stuff. So maybe she shouldn't go alone. She wouldn't go alone. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what we can kill time with for the next 45 minutes. No, I don't think Sarah is around. She hasn't replied to our last few texts. So I don't think she's around anymore. Oh, you know what we can do? I did not see the traffic jam clip from the other day. Alright, let me get to Beaver Bush. Is the scent of... Is the scent of lavender getting closer and closer to the building? Also, there are little trills in this song that make me think of Send in the Clowns. I think they are. I'm wondering if, like, tomorrow they're gonna be over there. Or over there. They just feel like they're getting closer and closer to the building itself. Interesting. carry him. All right. Oh, I was gonna watch this first. Oh, Jesus! Oh!
What happened?
Oh no. Oh my god.
There's
oh
a traffic
my
jam.
Oh my god! Oh no!
I think I need to close off this road here. Somebody left the car with lights on over there.
What the heck?
The screaming!
Oh, there's fire.
Or it's okay. We're over there here. They're over there. There's a pool.
Oh my god, there's so much fire.
Oh.
Fireworks.
911, oh help, fire. Oh my god. Wow. That's crazy. All right. They're both so oh, they were drunk the whole time? Amazing. Okay. 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 All right. Okay, let's get into this. All right. She's an owner, not a handler. She's an owner. Is not a canine. And she's an owner. All right. Okay, age. Oh, wait, hold on. Unknown. There you go. All right, no canine bite test. And... okay. We have to get this information from Shirley. We do have Mira's phone number. We're gonna call her a handler for Pastel. Since Pastel isn't a pet. Standard checkup. All right, so, ears are clean and free of debris, free of, let's say, injury and debris. No signs of injury, or defect, and no signs of fleas, ticks, or mites, of parasites, such as here you go. Clear and bright. No excessive discharge. No signs of optic atrophy, injury, or other defects. She technically has an ambassador animal. Kiwi is technically an ambassador and not a pet. According to Babalu. Babalu is the one that told her that Kiwi is an ambassador and not a pet, and that's how she was able to get 2 dogs. At first he told her she could have 4 animals. Healthy, hello. Healthy temperature and moisture level. No signs of injury or defect. No signs of debris or parasites in the nostrils. Teeth are clean and well maintained. No broken, loose, or missing teeth. No debris. Kiwi therapy chicken. Kiwi, so the backstory for Kiwi is Kiwi was given to Kiki by her original boss, Oscar Green, who ran the Green Agricultural Company. And he gave chickens to Kiwi. I'm sorry. He gave chickens to Kiki, Fresh Juice, Desmond, and Shirley as thank yous for all of their hard work. Kiwi came from a cruel chicken farm that neglected and abused their chickens. And so Kiwi's seen some shit. She came to Kiki with like patches of missing feathers, scarring, and trauma. So Kiki has been, over the years, because we've had Kiwi for 2 years at this point, Kiwi has, for the several years that Kiki has had her, I think she got her August of 2021. Sorry, she's worked on resocializing her, rehabilitating her, taking care of her, making sure she grows her feathers back, making sure she doesn't get hurt. So that's why Kiwi doesn't really come out very often, is because she is just trying to protect Kiwi. Kiwi doesn't move very fast. Kiwi is very shy and skittish, and has a lot of trauma. But she does let her like roam the yard and stuff when she's watching her. Gums are a healthy shade of pink with no signs of gum disease or dehydration. Neatly trimmed and well maintained. No splitting, cracking, or missing nails. Up. There you go. Soft and clean. No signs of breakage in the skin. No dry patches or discoloration. Penny coat is styled into what would be considered the iconic poodle puffs. Despair. And thus she has a lot of exposed skin. The skin is healthy and soft, with no signs of discoloration, injury, or defect. What is happening on Twitter? Wait, what did she break? Is there a picture to go with it? There is not a picture to go with it. Okay. The fur is soft and clean. No dry patches. No blemishes, such as rashes or sunburn. Fur is soft and clean, with no signs of matting. Missing patches or parasites such as fleas and ticks. Okay. So this is almost done. We just need to get Mira's state ID and get this information from Cheryl's. Right. I also need to remember what this information was. Because I think Kiki was very distracted. There's no nails and no paw pads, so we'll just call it hooves. Okay. Ears are clean. We have no signs of You usually say that when you're unhappy about your traffic ticket. Oh, there are suddenly 3 people on duty. We have Ash, Amira, and Paul. Praise be to Judge Stout, for he unbroke what I could not fix. Okay. Okay. With no signs of injury, of dirt, debris, injury, or defect. No signs of parasites, such as fleas, ticks, or mites. Responsive, clear, and bright. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. Responsive and clear. No signs of optic atrophy. Hello?
Hey, so sorry just to bother you. So I believe I've been told you're the person to call for this question. We have someone this is a former EMS, this is applying to be a clerk. And before I talk to him, I wanted to see if you could tell me why he was fired.
Who is it?
Riv.
Oh. Okay. So there were a number of incidents. The final straw, the nail in the coffin, as it were, that had command unanimously agreeing to release him from his position was that he happened upon a officer who is currently struggling with PTSD, etc., from the events of the war. And he decided to reintroduce him to society when he was doing perfectly fine, claiming that said officer had been admitted to Parsons and escaped. I confirmed with the officer he was never even admitted to Parsons. And he brought said officer to the Liquid Library, full of members of the HOA.
Oh, no.
And it's gonna get worse and worse as I tell the story. He then introduced said officer as, hey guys, this is the officer. He's one of the people who shot up all your friends and now they're in prison for treason.
What the fuck?
It gets worse. He introduced the officer to everyone at the Liquid Library in this manner. The officer did not feel safe and felt that his life was being threatened by someone who was supposed to be, you know, a protector of life. And as he was about to leave, Riv's ringtone was conveniently the sounds of war. And the phone went off, and so there were war sound effects playing very loudly in front of said officer suffering from PTSD from the war, and it triggered his PTSD immediately after having been introduced to all of the HOA and all as the officer who shot up your friends and now they're in prison for treason. He wheeled away, called 911, said he didn't feel safe, and then when questioned about these war sounds, Riv proceeded to play the sound over the... So we have a radio channel that all patrol units are on, both EMS and PD. He proceeded to play the war sound effects over that radio channel for all of EMS and PD. Most of which are suffering from the after effects of the war.
Oh,
so,
God.
Yeah. That was the final straw. There were other incidents that day that could have been swept under the rug or explained away as hashtag just Riv things. But that one, pretty unforgivable in my eyes. Because I know that if I had been on duty, I would have been incredibly triggered by it. So I can't imagine what everyone else on duty was feeling that day.
Right, yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe he can't really... I can't speak for how he would be as a clerk. I believe he got hired as a doctor, ? Which is fucking wild. Doctors are really something. But yeah, so do with that what you will. But that was why we fired him.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciated it. We were kind of like, Riv? Okay.
Yeah, he also ran around saying he's unemployed even though he had a job at DOC still, and got all of the HOA to start twatting out, fuck whoever fired Riv, give him his job back. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And he runs a back alley clinic, so. There's a lot of reasons that we fired Riv for.
Yeah. I think that those are all perfectly understandable. I know you guys would have a good reason. I feel that the need to ask and to do my due diligence about whether we can trust this to somebody. I do not know how this would translate to him being a clerk, but I don't necessarily want to find out.
That's valid. If you hire him, good luck. Maybe he'll be a good clerk. I can't say for certain. Yeah. That's the answer to your question.
Thank you so much.
You're
I hope you
welcome,
have an
Cass.
amazing rest of your today.
You too. Stay safe.
Okay, bye.
Oh God. Okay. Let's bring this back. All right. No signs of optic atrophy. Let's also bring the phone back. Hold on. There you go. All right. Imagine losing track of evidence of a crime and being pissy with us about it and making your job harder when all we wanted to do was help tow cars around the city. No wonder people don't want to comply with PD requests. You make it miserable. Interesting. Was it ever confirmed if he was a doctor? I don't know. I know that he interviewed. I don't know if he got hired. If they hired him, good luck. Have fun. May he be just as unhinged as the rest of them. Because the doctors are really something when it comes to being unhinged. Like, they think EMS are unhinged. Like, EMS are super tame compared to the doctors who are just bloodthirsty. Sorry, there's something in my mouse. Okay, I fixed it. All right, we're good. No signs of optic atrophy, injury, or defect. No discharge, no debris. No signs of parasites. Clear. Okay. Can Riv actually get the hours needed? Has there ever been a medical malpractice lawsuit? There has. It was against Riv. And he won, yeah. I don't know how. I didn't pay attention to it, really. Clear and healthy. No signs of discharge. Let me check something real quick. Let me see something. Okay, that's what I thought. Riv 1. Nostrils are clear. Nose is healthy in temp. Yes, ma'am. Sure, and moisture level. Yeah? I see. Really? That's cool. That's, you know, you have so much, you've seen so many things. Granted, you've only seen half of the things that you've ever seen because you only have one eye, but you know, that's really impressive. No signs of discharge, injury, or defect. No signs of parasites in the nostrils. Parasites or debris. There you go. Some debris from having been actively eating grass until I got to this point. Actually, let me. This was a mobile consultation. Did not have the proper scale to weigh her at this time. Chunk pastel. Well, the only scale that we had was the one for like cats and dogs and things. Not for a deer. No. Oh, you know what? I'm missing. No excessive plaque. No loose, broken, or missing teeth. Gums are healthy in color and show no signs of dehydration or gum disease. Oh, dear. Hooves. Remington is a reason even good people don't like cops. Does not care about the community. What the heck? Remington is like one of the nicest cops. Healthy and clean. No breakage. Okay, no breakage. Flaking, splitting, or discoloration. Soft and well maintained. No missing fur patches or dry skin. No signs of injury or defect. No signs of parasites such as ticks or fleas. All right, so we just need a couple bits of information. We could actually go get some of that information now. There goes my taillight. Saved it. It's here too. What is the scent of lavender? I think I've also seen it inside the courthouse before. Come here. Oh, you're heavy. Hi, Stout.
All right. Hello.
How are you doing today?
Oh, not too shabby. How are you?
Been better, been worse. I'm alive.
Oh, I'm glad you're alive. I like your sweater, by the way.
Me too. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm very curious. All right, you stay safe.
You too.
That poor BMX bike. RIP to it. It's never gonna see the light of day again. I haven't deleted her because I kind of wanna see her text messages just out of curiosity, and then I'll delete her. Hello? There's Pigeon. Okay. What the heck? What did the 0 say to the 8? I don't know. What did it say? Nice belt. Oh, that's clever, actually. I like that. All right. So now she wanted a copy of... it's not the... I wanted this. Okay. She wanted a copy. So we're going to go to our drive. Go to Kiki. And little pause. Emotional pause template. There you go. Oh, wait. Make a copy. Rename. Mira. Juana. Penny. We'll at least start getting it transferred over. I'm gonna do this. Because I want to see when she collapses, because she's inevitably going to collapse. We know this. All right. All right. I'm gonna move this over here. All right, we saw her on 09. Oh wait, this is day, month. Year. Okay. I don't know why I did that just then. Owner. Juana. Oh. Owner phone number. But I don't want it to be bold. Okay, there's no department. State ID is 39298. And bold that. Three years, 5 months. Weight, 43 pounds. All right, now we start copying and pasting. Alright, that one's done. For now. Alright, we'll close that one. And we'll make another copy. Rename this one Mira Juana Pastel. Alright, let me get this one situated. All right. Okay. Pastel. Today was 07/09/2023. Marijuana. I don't know if anyone else heard that. I heard a little thud. Like somebody was dropping down from something. Why is that bold? Unknown. Hooves. Okay, none of that. All right. So now the only thing we need is to get an update on that, and we're good. All right. Can close that. Man, there's not even a point in if she remembered to eat right now, because it would just be a waste of the food. Oh, she has homework she's supposed to do. And that homework is coming up, the way she just pops up, is coming up with something to do before bed to tell her body, this is our habit before bed, it's time to go to sleep. I'm trying to think of what that thing could be. Bottle of whiskey, the warden allows it. Take a sleeping pill? No, 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 no. Nothing like that. Could you, like, bring back the positivity journal? We could. Yoga? We could. I want to keep it from being something physical like that. On the on the chance that she is physically unable to do so. But we could do the positivity journal again, bring it back. What's our last entry in the positivity journal? Our last entry in the positivity journal is 6/3/2023. Today was okay. That's our last entry. It is time. Alright, I'm just gonna quit out. Alright. Didn't die. I love whoever it was that she was talking to. that was like, you know, I'm just happy to be alive. And she was just like, you know what? Same. I'm also just happy to be alive. Let's hop back in server. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Doubt she passes out in the meeting either. Well, we're gonna eat as soon as she wakes up. This cat has an entire room, nay, entire house of soft places that she can rest. She has a bed, she has a couch, she has the couch in the other room, she has so much, and yet she prefers to lay on a plastic bag. I don't understand. The plastic bag is comfy? No! No! Hell! No! Fuck! He didn't check her out! Oh my god. Remove patient. Room 3. 14426. Get me out of here! Oh my god, Bones! No! I was like, alright, time to wake up at the bus station. It's an incredibly good thing I didn't have a head pop today. That would have been incredibly inconvenient. Oh man. Now we have to run all the way to MRPD from here. Wait, our dog. We can't forget our dog. I don't think it was intentional. No, not true. Not true. Earlier today, during the talk between Bundy and Norman, she shared her pie with Freya and Ted. And I even slash meat it. It wasn't just to Ted, it was to Freya and Ted. Hi, come here.
Bark doggo, hello. Hi, Remington, have a good day.
Hi, Dad.
For 3 other gunmen for what?
Okay, I documented most of this stuff.
Good morning.
Do I have the right mic? Just want to make sure. Okay.
Hope you have a wonderful day.
She only got the prescription for the morphine. She didn't get a prescription for the oxy. We'll see how she's doing next week if she needs the oxy.
Good morning, my wonderful and beautiful women. I hope you all have a fantastic day. Never forget the world is a place of grace.
Wait, Casanova, please forgive Lexington.
It was parked at SDSO earlier.
What does that mean? I wasn't at SDSO.
It was in the shared garage at SDSO.
But Bundy had to hotwire it. You left it running.
Is that
sir.
Tessa?
That's why I took it.
It's really hard to explain how the shared garage works, but Bundy came on
it
duty
doesn't work
after
for Bundy.
I had
It doesn't work for
already
Bundy.
gotten the car out.
Listen, you trust me, sir. You left it running right there, hot for me, and I just got inside of it, and I just went with it. I thought it was my car.
Next time, leave your car on because I have a lock ticket and I was out of the chase for a while.
Hi.
Tessa?
I think someone still wants forgiveness, and that person is not me.
Can you order Casanova to forgive me?
What was that?
No.
How are you feeling?
Hey,
Pain.
thank you.
A lot of pain.
Did you have a good day otherwise?
Yeah, actually, I did.
Good.
I mean, it started rough, you know, but it got better.
Good, good. What'd you do?
I hung out with Winston and Shirley and Vil Edger. And after that, I hung out with my dad.
Yeah.
But right now, it's just pain.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Sorry.
Oh my god. It's fucking... She's inside the cabinet! Tessa of the cabinet, tell us your wisdom.
Can't see Tessa.
She's in the cabinet.
Oh.
I think she's meant to be on top of it. But she is in...
Gotcha. That's alright. Ethan stuffed me in the locker earlier.
Oh my god. Like a high school bully.
Yeah. I'm a nerd. So I couldn't be on the
Yeah,
hardwood.
actually, are you allowed back on the hardwood? Because this is hardwood.
I know. Yet I'm here. What you gonna do about it?
Oh shit.
Oh.
She's fine? I need her to not
So
be...
what was that, Ben, about stuffing me in the locker again?
Where
yeah.
is she doing?
Don't be a nerd.
Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was about to do it. I should have just let her do it. She was about to do the spins.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Okay, she's in the middle of the hall.
When you have a moment, Barry.
Oh.
It's kind of important. Your woman
There you go.
over there, Etta, is a nerd.
Oh my god.
I am aware.
She's gonna be banned from the hardwood.
You mean what hardwood? Mine or
all
others?
the hardwood. Not your hardwood. You can have your hardwood all she
like
wants,
walking
but,
on it?
The hardwood in Mission Row.
Like this hardwood right here that I'm walking all over.
She's testing me, Barry.
Oh yeah?
And you know I'm not one to be tested.
Listen,
I mean,
y'all
what's
already
gonna
tried to
happen?
stuff me in the
Like
the
this?
fucking locker once. Yep.
You might end up in a locker again.
I dare you to try.
Man, I ran the shift 1-2 meeting pretty much because Dark was like not really doing much, so I just kept having announcements. I got run this one too.
You can hear the suffering in his voice.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Do you just have to treat the room like the floor is lava and jump from table to table?
Is that how it works? I mean, I
Maybe.
can do that too. But I guess the tabletop
very
is also
important
hardwood.
question.
So.
Is it?
What's that?
Yeah, mayo is better than butter when making.
True. Grilled cheese.
Yeah, grilled cheese.
I got you. See?
It's true.
It is
no,
true.
because mayo is gross.
I also
You don't even taste the
really
mayo,
like
I promise.
You don't taste
Yeah,
it.
it's just kind of like it tastes
But see, that's the thing. People always say, "Oh, you won't taste this thing that's in it," and then that's all I taste.
On my life, if I made you a grilled cheese sandwich with mayo, you would not know.
Well, you heard it here first.
Challenge
Bob's gonna
accepted.
die.
Well, you're gonna know, and I'm not making a grilled cheese sandwich for you, so I'm saying.
There, see, Etta is no longer on the hardwood. She's on whatever fake wood these tables are made of.
No, I just
Looks like birch.
avoid mayonnaise and everything I can.
Really, I don't think it's real wood.
Like birchwood. I forgot what I was gonna ask now. Fuck.
Here, I will sit with you in solidarity.
Oh yes. How many pillows is too many?
There's no
There's
such
no
thing.
such thing,
There's no
sir.
such thing.
No such thing.
There is no
Think so?
yeah.
I finally started sleeping with a pillow.
Oh, that's
good.
right.
Very
You
proud
don't
of you.
use pillows. You're
Very
so
proud of you.
I'm so
interesting.
proud.
Listen, I couldn't figure out how to sleep with a pillow. It was comfier without. And then I got a flat pillow. And that shit life-changing, dog.
Oh my god.
You know they have different types of pillows for different
Why
types
you
of sleeping
you need a
postures.
leg pillow, you need a back pillow, you also need an underarm pillow, and
You know
you
what's
also need
one
a head
between my
pillow,
knees.
You know what's
and
fucked
a
up?
feet pillow.
One to hold.
The more you ever see those videos online of people doing like basic tasks and you're like, wow, I didn't know that I was supposed to be using that like that, right? My whole life, I guess I've been sleeping wrong and I can't even sleep correctly because apparently you need a pillow for every orifice of your body. And I was unaware
I'm
of that.
sorry, orifice?
Orifice?
Orifice.
Yeah, I mean,
Orifice. You need a
This guy
pillow.
is
Nobody
That's
nobody
not
puts
right.
pillows in their orifices. Like
Flop, what are
Yeah,
you
you
doing
do.
in your bed?
someone
Flop, not
might
a big
chew on a
word guy.
pillow, but they're a
This is,
child.
I'm not a big word guy, but I thought
Not a
orifice
big
was
word
funny.
guy.
No one
Unfortunately.
touched Flop's pillows.
No.
Yeah, but
I don't
He
where
finally
have
got
your
one.
So it's
pillows
fine.
been,
He
Flop?
That's how you
finally
get
has
pink
one.
eye,
This is
Flop.
Big step. Big step.
Good luck moving on from that one, Barry.
You guys
But yes.
booth or table people?
Booth.
Booth.
I'm more of either booth or bar if bar is open.
I like a table, but if it's off to the side, not right in the middle of everything.
I think for me it depends on who I'm with.
Like, give me
So,
some
like, having
examples.
to
Like,
slide around on the back.
Yeah,
Well,
like
if
if,
I'm-
you
Why
and
are
I
you
went to
on
eat
this
there,
side
you could
now?
just sit in my lap.
Well, it's because Nancy's over there, and I was going to
Okay.
leave the seat open, and I wanted to sit with Etta. If I'm with my family, I think I want to be in a booth, but if I'm with friends, I want to be at a table.
you think so?
Yeah.
Booths or tables?
In what
Okay.
sense? Just
Yeah,
that
at a
I mean,
restaurant.
In what sense?
Restaurant.
dinner? Booth, dude. Always
Yeah.
booth. What the fuck?
I agree. Booths are more secluded and you don't have a bunch of people walking by you.
Yeah,
They're
true.
cozy
Yeah.
and comfy.
How about you, Jones? What you think? All right, we'll circle back.
Sweet.
Nice. The only thing that sucks about a booth is that if you're out with friends and you're drinking and you break the seal, then it becomes a hassle when you have to get up to pee if you're
How do you
on the
break the
inside
seal?
of. Wait, the first time that you pee when you're
When you
drinking.
pee.
Oh, because
Oh,
everybody
that's
has to
not
get up
what
to
I-
let you out.
Never mind.
Yeah.
No.
Never break
Fine,
the
I'm
seal.
not. I'm not Southern. It's anyway.
What?
No
Yeah, but,
way.
like,
You just.
If you're drinking and stuff, I don't know if I'd be at a booth.
I definitely
Yeah.
prefer
I don't know,
bar.
man. Drinking at a booth could be fun if you're like.
Because
No.
every
with the
time
people.
that, when people have to pee, everybody has to get up and get
Yeah,
out
they
to
gotta
let
do
them
the
out.
shimmy.
And, yeah.
Or you climb over them, or
will
you have to
say-
climb under the table.
I will say that
Yeah.
when you sit at a bar and you're drinking and you have to use the bathroom and the bar seats are like obviously a foot higher than normal, so you're like elevated, that step down is terrifying. And the step up is
When
just
you're
as
4
scary.
foot tall. You are correct,
All right,
Flop.
Flop,
fuck
honey,
off.
do your feet not reach the floor when you sit at the bar?
No, they never reach the floor. I don't want to
Flop's
talk
feet
about.
Don't reach the
Certified
floor if you
short
sit
guy.
in the chairs.
I'm a
in here.
dangler, okay? I dangle. My
You're
feet
a
just,
dangler?
just sit there. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
I
okay. We
hate
love
that
our short
sentence.
kings. It's okay.
Certified short guy.
It's okay to be
I
a
guess
short
I'm the
king.
only one that knows what it's like to have your feet dangle at a bar. I'm just learning this now.
I'm 5'9". I have no idea what that's like.
Lexington, I don't want to talk about it.
I'm
4'2".
just thinking about how the fact that you're below average height for a Canadian citizen.
Perfect.
God, that's so nice. I'm gonna run for
Somebody needs to
office,
frame
and
that.
that's gonna be my campaign
like
slogan.
that.
I really need a picture of Flop in front of that sign.
What office are you gonna run for?
What orifice is he gonna run
independent.
for?
Oh, they never win. Good luck.
Exactly. Tell me the last time I won.
At anything.
Stop, Ben.
It's okay.
Thank you.
I might
You
have to ride
understood
with
the
him after
assignment.
this.
Appreciate
I
it.
did. I did.
Oh, Flop, no, don't look down. There you go.
Now look at the camera, Flop, please. Flop, not at me, at the camera.
Stop fucking talking. You're distracting.
All right.
Is it
Perfect.
good?
All right, it's been twatted.
I think so.
Let's put it on Twatter with Flop
Hell
in it.
yeah.
Listen, I'm just here doing the Lord's work, okay?
Okay.
You're doing somebody's work, but I don't know if it's
I'm
the
so
Lord.
proud.
Perfect.
Hey, Jones.
Yes, Sergeant.
Hey, there he is.
Are you a booth or a table guy? Or a bar
Booth
guy?
It depends.
Booth
Wait, is
guy.
it a date with a hot chick or?
Well, it's up to you. It's just like, I don't know.
I'm a booth guy.
Booth guy. Hell yeah. See, I think you should only sit at a table if there's no booths available. That's my personal.
What does that mean?
Okay.
So,
That's
so
how
if
I
there-
would go about it.
wait, if there's no booths available and there's nowhere else to sit, you're choosing the table based on what? The fact that it's the only place to sit? What are you
Yeah.
gonna sit on the floor?
Far
What is
away
this,
from the
Barrett?
kitchen because
What?
the kitchen is a
Did
nightmare.
I ask you like did I say something like really? I thought
just-
I worded it.
No,
I
no,
have a-
you're
I have
you're
a follow-up kind of
Okay.
question.
Okay.
So say you're with somebody,
Mhm.
and you go to a booth, and it's just the two of you. You
Yeah.
sit across from each other, or both in one
100%.
thing.
Yeah,
100%.
across.
What shape is the
At,
booth?
at what point would you ever
Look-
sit next to them?
Only if there was
Never.
multiple
You're a
people.
If I
serial
hated
killer?
them.
What?
Wait, what? I'm sorry,
I
I,
think the
missed
only
it.
time
What was
I
it?
would
Would you ever both sit on the same side of the booth?
If
Hell
I was
no.
with somebody and we were only drinking, then yeah. But
Well,
if there's
again,
food
we're
involved,
circling
then
back to the whole drinking in a booth. No. X.
I just think in most circumstances you sit across from somebody, right?
Yeah, I'd want to like make
yeah.
eye contact.
Yeah, I don't want to like. I don't want to like accidentally like mix each other's water cups up and shit. You know what I mean?
What?
Stay on your side.
What?
okay.
How many times have you been in a booth or a table where like it's too small and you have too many people and they start putting the like complimentary water cups with, you know, hey, welcome to so and so, and you start mixing
Oh, and
up
everyone
to see,
just
like,
goes, "Is this one
Yeah.
mine or is that one
yeah,
yours?"
is
Yeah,
this water
mhm.
mine? Is this one mine? Is or
Hold on.
Is this
can
my
we
fork?
figure this out really quick? Is this Tessa? Are you trying to say you sit next to a person in a booth, or was this like a
No, I'm
hypothetical?
just wondering if anyone's that weird.
Okay.
It depends
Okay,
on the
wow.
depends on the shape of the booth. Like you know how sometimes they're like the curved booths, like the
Ooh,
round ones.
curvature, yeah.
Yeah.
Circle, like
yeah, those.
the half moon. Oof.
Like the cornered ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, those ones are rough.
Does anybody have food? I'm about to fall over.
I have food.
Yeah, I got some.
Can I have some too, please?
You know what I hate?
Thank you,
I hate
ma'am.
restaurants that have like the booth style seating on like the
Wait, you
wall,
can have
and then the other
that.
side of the table are
Oh,
the
he's got her?
chairs.
Okay.
Thank
And then if
you.
you have like a big
Oh,
group of
I think I stole
people, someone
both.
has to like offer to sit
Oh no, it's
in
both
the
for you
booth, and
because
you're
I was
just,
going to
like,
give two to
cornered
you and
on
two to
both
her, but
sides,
he's
and
got
if you
her.
have to get out, you have to crawl.
There you go.
That's like part of the charm, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like tables in general, unless like you
You're
have
right, we
like a
should
very
ban
big
tables.
dining room or something like that. Anyway.
I'm making a petition to get booths in here instead of tables.
That would be fascinating.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Retweet. We could have the egg cups from Men in Black.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it. Most of y'all know this because I talk about it all the time. But I hate this building.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of hate this
I'm
place
very
too.
aware.
Yeah, me too.
They blew up my home. Anyway, beside
What's
the point.
the ETA
It'll
on
be fixed
reconstruction?
I don't think we've been in contact with the construction company yet, so we'll have to get somebody out to out next week to like survey and see how much it's going to cost, and then we'll move from there.
To be clear, we need to wait for a professional crew because last time we had I know a guy who can do it cheaper. They fucked up like half the foundation, so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we
Oh,
bought a
it's
whole bunch
true.
of bricks from like Reed, and that was like
Trying to-
Barry, you think on reconstruction you might be able to afford a projector this
Yes, ma'am.
time?
No, we can't even
What do you think
afford
I'm
a
gonna
fucking
roll?
bathroom, man.
1 out of 10. What do you
Especially
think?
not after we went to war. We can't afford
Is that
it.
your fourth meow? That's your fifth meow? You think I'm gonna roll a 5? I rolled a 6.
What'd
You're
you do,
very
Flop?
close.
Share with the
Nothing.
class.
Nothing.
Share with what do you say, Nancy?
Nothing.
I think you should have Nancy come to the podium and tell everyone, Barry.
I've been outed.
I
Nancy.
put the shit he said on Twitter. His phone's going off.
Oh.
What'd he say?
He said you need a pillow for every orifice. Famous quotes. I'll never forget it.
What the fuck?
All right. Well, good morning for some, and probably good night here soon for the rest. And
Yeah, if you
so
hear yowling like that, it's Miss
glad to-
Kitty.
I'm gonna act like I'm somewhat good at talking right now because I'm not. Let's see what has happened. I'm forced to be up here, so this is what you're gonna have to deal with because Flom doesn't want to do anything.
What the fuck?
For those, yeah, I'm just gonna throw everything at you.
Wow, Flop.
Damn.
I just asked for you to.
Can't
I just
believe
asked.
make someone else do the meetings for you.
Wow.
I know.
God.
Jesus.
I literally did it yesterday.
Who would do that?
You mean Flop is skipping his turn to make someone else do it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
actually pretty fucked
What
up.
the heck?
I'm literally sick. This is so like.
I know.
He
I mean,
needs
sensitive of
sick?
you.
you know,
Doesn't
It's
sound
actually
like a
really
team
insensitive,
player,
I'm gonna be
Flop.
honest.
I would
Buddy.
never do that.
you know what, Tessa? I wouldn't do that either. Why don't you go up to the podium and do the meeting today?
No, she's high command. She can just delegate.
Yeah, I have high command things I need to do.
Yeah, there you go.
Paperwork.
Huh.
And you know I would, Flop. I got HVTU things I gotta do.
You know what? Watch out. Watch out. I have a
He's-
question.
yeah,
hello.
I have nothing PD related to bring up. Does anyone have anything PD related to bring up first before I go into my?
PBSO blew up. The commissioner died. The prison's a
What?
shit show.
Yeah, prison's a shit show.
The commissioner died?
Oh God.
Yep.
Yeah.
Come
Who's our
on.
commissioner?
Well,
I'm sorry, I've been in
one
hiding for
commissioner
4 days,
died,
okay?
That's all right.
And the
y'all.
other retired.
I
Oh.
can.
So.
Yeah. So yesterday we had an incident at the prison. A lot of the inmates took over things. They ended up. A causing Commissioner Axel Justice to pass away. And what
just happened?
Is he good? Oh my god.
Ain't no way.
Okay.
Sorry. Hello.
Love him or hate him, that was extremely inappropriate.
Sorry.
That was really gross.
Okay.
Yikes.
So he did pass away yesterday. Unfortunately, with Toretti retiring, things are kind of up in the air. We don't know whether or not a new commissioner will be coming in or if Toretti will be coming back. At this time, though, it is myself, Owen, and Libby at the top. If you
He
need
ran out and
any
started cheering.
questions or need any support, have any questions, please feel free to ask. We're going to try and make this as seamless as possible, and hopefully we will be okay with how things proceed going forward. I don't really know what to expect. I don't have too many answers at this time, so I apologize for that, but it will get sorted out. And does anyone have any questions about it?
No.
All right. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think Kiki and Tessa are the highest ranking
All right.
women in the city.
Anything else PD related? Harvey, did you want to come up and talk about the prison thing? Is that what you were saying before?
Yeah.
All right. Then I have some unhinged random shit I have to ask about.
Fop, what is your favorite orifice pillow?
I thought Libby quit.
Can I ask that?
I'm gonna wait till after that question is either answered or said, wait,
I'm
hold on.
gonna think
let
about
him
how I
cook.
want to answer that while Harvey talks.
Okay.
I thought I read somewhere that
Hey,
Libby quit.
it's your boy, DOC Liaison. At this time, every situation in the prison seems to get worse and worse. They keep getting resupplies, and I'm pretty sure it's happening in this shift, so remember to spin the block. Kurt keeps insisting to me to stop saying spin the block because that means like drive-by shooting. But I mean spin the block as in you're doing a circle around the outer track there at the prison.
I
So
see.
remember to spin the block, just don't start bussing.
Oh, Harvey.
But what if we see something? Do we also bus?
You can spin the block if you have a reason to spin the block.
All right. Just making sure.
Can I make an announcement? Oh, what?
Sure.
Spin
the block?
Yeah, come on.
Okay, sorry. All right. Just a heads up.
What the heck?
I've been in hiding for about 4 days. There is a cannibalistic serial killer on the loose. His name is Kenny Ball, and he is planning to eat me. So there is a warrant out currently for him. It will expire tomorrow, but I will ask for it to be extended. He is to be apprehended and put on a 72-hour psychiatric hold. So please do catch him, and if for any reason I go missing, it was him. All right, that's all I want to say.
Cannibal?
Oh my god, I never put those two things together, but yeah,
I did.
It's Kenny Ball, but yeah, I guess it's cannibal.
Anyway, I didn't catch that either.
Do you have a clothing description of Mr.
Yes.
Kenny or anything that would, I guess, help officers? Because I don't see he has a picture.
Yeah, there's a description in the warrant, but I will say it, that he is well dressed. He wears suspenders. He has, I think it's a light colored or white or light blue colored shirt. He has brownish hair. He's well spoken. You won't suspect that it's him, I suppose. He has black dress shoes and black dress pants. He is Caucasian or white. Yeah, that's his description. If anybody wants to know anything more, just ask me. All right. Thank you, guys.
We maybe get a drawing up of this guy.
I can
I
try
know
and
who to
draw
hunt.
him. I'm sure I'll try and draw him.
All right, perfect.
On that note, there are multiple detectives looking into it as well.
No.
If this person's after you specifically, I'd recommend that you double up with somebody. You don't have to, but it would be advisable.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Maple.
Yep.
I wish you'd been paying attention when you walked in because Garrett Matthews was dressed identically to what he was wearing at the Toledo Bank. You could have arrested him for that as well.
You could say that, except that I've had high command in the past tell me that even if they're wearing the exact same thing and we have pictures of them, it's not enough unless we catch them on the scene. So...
Make sure you're yelling.
Yes, I know that, but I've had high command in the past tell me that even if they're wearing the exact same thing and caught down the line, even if we have pictures of them wearing the exact same thing, it could be argued otherwise.
Yeah, it could be, but you could also push it and they can try to appeal it and lose the appeal.
Yeah, they could. I was just following what Libby told me the one time I brought it up to her.
Also, he asked me how many years in jails it was if Stonefinger died, and I said, "Oh, we're just gonna ask for the death penalty." And he went, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, well, you're gonna fuck around. You're gonna find out. That works with me. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yep.
not that it's related to shift 3 specifically, but was that all handled okay prior to the storm?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just need reports from people on scene, and then I'm Gucci. As long as Stonefinger comes out the ICU, we're good.
Got you. I got shot. I'll get you a statement. Yes, Casanova.
I'd like you to answer Nancy's question now.
What was the question?
Sir, it was about what is your favorite orifice for the pillow?
Ziggy.
Hey, yo!
Anyway.
Ziggy is a favorite orifice?
Oh, a favorite pillow.
Oh.
I don't understand.
What's the favorite orifice?
Stop now.
I think meeting can
This
be
is my brother,
adjourned if this is.
I'm just asking the questions everyone wants an answer
anyone
to.
that doesn't want
No one
answer,
has the balls.
Meeting adjourned.
I don't understand the
'Cause
question.
I'm good.
I'm
I
here
don't
for it.
wanna
I want to hear it.
I mean,
Oh,
to be
it's
fair,
sex-related, I'm leaving.
I wasn't gonna answer the. Okay.
It's not sex related. It's
So what orifice,
anatomy
Flop?
related.
He's
Anatomy.
talking about his husband. This is the favorite pillow for his orifice.
Oh boy.
How is it not?
Wait, didn't
Flop
you
said it
yell
was
over
his right
radio?
ear. It was the
Didn't
right
you yell
ear.
over radio that your husband doesn't let you enter the hole? What?
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 Jesus Christ.
Huh?
I made people go 42.
Oh boy.
I need to handle something. Where did Sterwin go?
Not to make you feel not special anymore, Flop, but it's also just time for me to go 42.
I got you.
She's probably gonna talk to him about the cheering. Huh?
I'm assuming it was in.
You going to bed?
It's good. Oh.
Good.
Oh. Yeah. I feel like shit.
Do you need a rider or are you good?
That'd be nice.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna just stay home the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I feel that.
People.
Yep.
Wait for a second. I just want to make sure that I did this.
I really get sick to my stomach when people celebrate the deaths of others. I really do.
Yeah.
It's the most just gross thing. Yeah, I don't know. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, he wasn't perfect. And he was led astray by bad influences. And yes, he was complicit in a lot of things. But when he was on his own, he genuinely tried to do the right thing.
Yeah, I remember all of our meetings and stuff.
He was always polite. He was always nice
Respectful.
and kind. Yeah. And a lot of people don't know that.
Because they didn't
And
have meetings with him directly. They just
yeah. And I mean, nobody's perfect, but even people I dislike, I would never celebrate their death.
Or at the very least, I wouldn't run out of a room and loudly cheer and yell for everyone to hear.
Yeah. That
Like
was...
if Kenneth were to die, I
would
think
breathe
I'd
a
be
sigh
happy.
of relief.
And I'd breathe a sigh of relief, but I wouldn't run around going, yippee, woohoo.
Right, yeah. You would be relieved and grateful that it's not something you have to worry about. But you wouldn't celebrate it either.
Like this goddamn parole hearing that's like never gonna happen.
Oh my god, did it get rescheduled again?
They're working on another new... He wanted to do this Saturday, tomorrow. And then, like, one person said they couldn't make it, but that they would give their statement to someone to read, and he went, well, how about this day instead? And Kenneth said he couldn't make it. And I'm just like... There's so many people involved in this. If people want to hand over their statements to be read, let them.
Yeah, that's crazy. Ain't no way they're already doing races.
It's been almost an hour. I'm not surprised.
How are there that many people awake right now? It's crazy. Well, it is the weekend, I guess.
And really, you only need 2 people for a race.
True.
I think it might even be 3, but... I'm just Joe, hello! 9 months! Thank you so much, I love you! You have a potato bee. I saw that post from the other night of the, like, potato in a bee costume plushie, and it's so heckin' cute. I want one. It's so cute. Hi.
Wait, was that it?
No, it's this next one.
Okay. I did remember right. Nice.
Yes, ma'am. I know, we're going to bed in a minute. You are such a good girl.
I think I got fucked up because the GPS leads you down that
It does,
street.
and I don't understand why when this is so much better.
Here we go. All right, my darling.
You stay safe. I'm just gonna stay home this weekend, so you don't have to worry about me.
Okay. Well, if you ever need anything... Oh, did you talk to Balto today?
No, he's out of town, I think.
Okay. Because he had
I did
texted me
text
asking
him.
how you were doing, so...
Oh, I
But
did.
that was like 8 hours ago, I think.
Really? Oh, I must just missed him because I said, you told me you called 911 for me yesterday. Thank you. I don't have the note I wanted to give you anymore, so I hope it made it into the mailbox and not into their pockets.
Okay. Yeah, it was nine hours ago now. It says any news on Kiki, so...
So I must have just missed him.
Probably.
But I'm told he's going out of town, so...
Yeah, for like, what, 4 days, I think?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Well, if you need me, you know how to find me.
I do. I love you.
Get lots of rest. I love you too, baby.
Get home safe.
I will.
Alright. As always, if you follow, thanks for following. If you sub, thanks for subbing. And if you gifted subs, thank you for gifting subs. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow is going to be a Baldur's Gate stream, so we're going to be hanging out and playing maybe some solo and then maybe some co-op. I think the others wanted to try and play. But yeah, Kiki's going to stay home for the weekend. And then she'll be back on Tuesday, unless some kind of emergency happens where she needs to be around. If you haven't, you should join the Discord, !Discord. You can check out the memes, the meta, the clips, the art. I'm sure the meta is very spicy lately. And also know exactly when I go live. And also, if you're curious about things that Kiki's gone through, what some of these little triggers are that she has, you can check out our VODs at Rainbow B VODs, where you can see not only expired, but also recent ones from last year through present. But until then, I'm gonna get some rest. You guys go give Royal Creates, who plays Aphrodite, lots and lots of love. Bye-bye!